Eloise, I messed up the view trying to pin Stephanie, huh?
Not on our end. You're still spotlighted.
Oh, good. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure. I wanted to see her larger, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't mess up anything. Okay.
No, because
perfect.
it'll just be on your device.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll let you know if it gets messed up because I'll stop the procedure and I'll work with our Metro guys to get the screen back to how it is now.
Yeah,
To
I'm
make
not
sure
going to
that you're both
touch
on.
any of the other controls, but I did just want to pin her so I could see her larger. But I just, because I'm
Perfect.
co-host, wanted to make sure it didn't impact everyone else.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good.
I appreciate you checking. So we're starting also to admit folks. And so at this time, if folks come on and the interpreters get unpinned, let me know.
Eloise, I'm sorry. This is Mish. I have one question. The list that I have shows 48 people, right? 48 Debers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the right list.
Yep, you do.
Okay.
Thanks for checking.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Dolores, okay, Vincent, I know for sure.
Valerie Brooks.
Valerie, thank you. Dolores Bonner, yes. Do we have a Polly?
There is, yeah, DLC 784.
I see her. Okay, great, thank you.
Eloise, are you going to do roll call?
I am going to do roll call, but we only have 40 people in at the moment, and that includes 2 interpreters, 2 co-hosts, and 2 election staff. So, but we will be
Okay,
doing
just
roll
wanted
call.
to make sure. Thank you.
Oh, for sure.
I think there's some that are waiting. They're texting me, so.
Morning, Susan. It's Mish. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
I just saw you first.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know I saw Catherine. She'd be in the middle. I see her.
Good morning.
Grand Rising, everyone.
Good morning. Happy Sunday, everybody. This is Frank.
Frank, I didn't know your voice. I wouldn't have never guessed.
So, good
morning, everyone.
folks. I do want to make a quick announcement. We will be, as you can see, we have ASL interpreters. So we want to make sure that there's no crosstalk and that one person speaks at a time. And we'll go over all of this again once more folks are in. But it's great to see faces and hear voices, and we will get started as close to 10 as we can. There are a few folks that are still logging on. That's Tracy.
Okay, Eloise,
Yes.
it seems that despite us both being spotlighted, she is still not able to see us both at the same time. If you don't mind, since I am co-host and we have a few minutes, I'm gonna kind of play around with it and remove my spotlight and turn Lindy's on when she's interpreting, and then we're gonna do like a mock switch. So I'm gonna just tinker with the spotlight just for Lindy and I to see if that will help resolve Stephanie not being able to see us, because she's still not seeing us at the same time.
Okay, hang on. Let me check with Metro and
Okay.
make sure that won't, will that upend stuff? Do you need to be the one to take care of the spotlighting?
It'd be better for them to control the spotlight.
Yeah. So, okay, hang on one second. I'm going to go talk to him real quick and see what we can do to ensure that that doesn't happen, because that shouldn't have happened.
Okay. This meeting allows more than one person to be right now. You
So Candy, I have a question as we're troubleshooting this. Was it just was it switching speakers that moved the spotlight out? Or was it having
No,
people come in?
what's happening is Stephanie said that she can see both of us.
We'll go through the BUNC election rules and the BUNC election procedure. And then we will go through the order of elections, and then we will begin the elections. Hey, Susan,
Yeah,
I just need to see if somebody else speaking is changing the view.
do you need me to speak? La la, la la.
Thank you, we got it.
Happy Sunday. Okay.
All right. So, Stephanie, if you put it into speaker view,
Yes.
is it still just showing me, or are you seeing me and both interpreters?
How do I do that?
Okay. So what you do is on your top left of your iPad, you will, if you tap anywhere on your iPad, a circle with 9 boxes will come up in the top left. Oh, sorry, it'll be a circle with 1 big square and 3 little squares will come up on the top left. Tap that, and it should give you active speaker view, which on my iPad is showing myself and the 2 interpreters.
I only have the option for switch camera, remove pin, change
So,
view, and then gallery view.
so on the top left, you should have a circle. I'm not talking about the 3 more dots. I'm talking about on the other side.
Okay.
And then when I hit it, up in the,
We can screen record and do a tutorial maybe, how to do that.
it won't let you share your own Zoom screen. Sorry. If you hit it, in the top left, there's a circle that talks about view.
Eloise, sorry to interrupt.
What, 1 second, Brenda, I'm so sorry. I need one voice for a second. Oh, she sent me a photo. Okay, hold on.
I was gonna say, I think if she hits gallery view, that'll change it.
Those are the only options I have that I sent you, Eloise.
I see that. So, okay. If you hit switch to gallery view, would you then get a circle with a square and 3 boxes underneath it called active speaker view?
Yes.
Try that.
But I can only see Candy now.
You can't see all 3 of us?
No. Now I only see it's switching based on who's speaking.
Can you send me a picture of the whole
that's
iPad
frustrating.
screen? I'm showing my tech help what your screen looks like in an effort to figure it out. Yeah. So we're going to try the good old turn it on and turn it back off trick. We're going to try to unspotlight the interpreters and re-spotlight them. So, 1 second.
Oh,
And we're re-spotlighting them.
okay. She said I can't see what happened. I think my spotlight went off too, so she couldn't see or hear any of the explanation. Oh, it worked.
It worked? Can you see 3 of us?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Thank you to my tech folks. We're going to leave the iPad here just in case I need to troubleshoot. I really appreciate everyone's patience. All right.
Yep, I can see all 3 of them now. Woo!
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to hear from Carolyn and Susan, and then we're going to start with roll call. So Carolyn, your hand is up. Thank you for your patience.
Are you able to hear me?
I am, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, may I ask who the confidence monitoring is?
That's me.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
That is so that we can see all of you on a big screen. But yes, the confidence monitor, that's me.
Okay, great.
I appreciate the ask. Go ahead, Susan.
I have someone, one of our who's trying to get in. She may have a different name. I think it's Destiny Calhoun.
Who is that? Who is it supposed
That is
to be?
Marshall Stewart.
Oh, that's Marshall? Okay.
Yes.
Tell her to re-enter. She was not admitted because the name didn't match. Thank you for the flag.
I'm in.
Oh,
Are you? Oh, good.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Do we want to change her name?
Yeah, we'll get that if you could ask them to change the name. Thank you. And then Kevin, you're my last hand before roll call. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had got word that a couple other people are waiting to get in. I think Angela, I think Williams and Patrick Swift, have they made it in yet?
So Patrick Swift, I have not seen in the waiting room. Angela Williams, I do not have on this list.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. As soon as I see Patrick, we'll let him in. All right, thank you for those flags. We do anticipate seeing Patrick in the waiting room shortly. The moment I see him in, I will admit him. All right. So because we're doing this virtually, there are a few things that we will need to move through a little more slowly than usual. One of those is roll call, which I will start in just 1 second. I have one more flag for my tech team who's been such a big help. Okay. So before we get started, the one thing I will request is everybody, when you are not speaking, please go on mute. We're a large group. We want to make sure that everybody can be heard. And additionally, we want to ensure that there's no crosstalk or talking over each other, because that is impossible to interpret. So the way we're going to take roll is I will call on you. You will be spotlighted briefly by my tech team so that you can say that you're present, and then we will move on to the next name. This will take a little bit of time, but we want to make sure that we are hearing from everyone and that we have all of the right people in the room to participate in the election. So, first, Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Present.
Thank you. Next, Brenda Modkins.
Sorry, I had to start my video. Present.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next is Donna Van Schindel.
Oh, hold on. Okay, it should be, well, what the heck?
You're here. Thank you, Donna.
Okay,
Thank you. Dolores Bonner.
Here, sorry, technical difficulties.
Thank you, Dolores. Jean Collier.
Here.
Thank you, Jean. Mike Ramos, or Ramos, I'll pronounce it right.
Present.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Cheryl Butters.
Present.
Thank you, Cheryl. Eddie Isaacs. Thank you, Eddie.
Present.
Dalia Jaramillo.
Dalia Jaramillo, present.
Thank you, Dalia.
721.
Kristen Harrington.
Present, and there we go. Hi.
I see her. Thank you, I see her. And she's on screen. Jonathan Barreras.
Present.
Okay, thank you. There is somebody in the waiting room under iPhone 12. I'm going to let them in and ask them to identify themselves and remove them if it is not one of the folks we're waiting for, but I bet it's one of the folks we're waiting for. Good morning. If you were just admitted on an iPhone 12, can you please come off mute and identify yourself so I can ensure you're in the right room?
Patrick Swift, Unit 1.
Thank you. You are correct. I'm going to go ahead and rename you. Oh. I'm going to ask my tech team to rename because I don't have a keyboard in front of me, and I don't know how I was going to do that. We'll get it taken care of. Thank you. Next on my list is Denise Quinn Allen.
Quinn Allen, present.
Thank you, Denise. It was Patrick Swift. Next is Carolyn Lewis.
Carolyn Lewis here.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next is Marshall Stewart.
I'm present.
Thank you, Marshall. Next is Lynn Mosley, or Juralyn is what she will be in under. Thank you, Lynn. Next is Catherine Stockton.
I'm sorry.
Present.
I'm sorry. Is Lynn present?
She is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Catherine. Next is, and I am going to apologize ahead of time because I didn't practice my pronunciation. Next, I have Chike Udumezue. Chike, are you in? Okay. Thank you. We do not see him. Next is Susan Rodriguez.
I'm present.
Thank you. Next is Jerilee Fisher.
I'm here.
Let's make sure I can see. Okay. Thank you. There you are. Great.
Thank you.
Next is Raymond Altman. Raymond Altman, are you on? Okay, thank you. We do not see him. Next is John Moore.
Enthusiastically engaged.
Good morning, John. Thank you. Next is Sean Harrison.
Good morning, I'm present.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought I saw you. Next is Barbara Alves. Good morning, Barbara. Thank you. Next is Troy Phillips.
Troy Phillips here and ready.
Good morning, Troy. Thank you. Next is Beth Bartell.
Beth Bartell, present.
Thank you, Beth. Next is Griffin Tafuga.
Griffin Truna, present.
Thank you, Griffin. Next is Stephanie Russell.
I'm here.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next is, there's Stephanie, excellent. Next is Sheila Byers.
I'm here. There I am.
Thank you, Sheila. Next is Karen Duvall.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Karen. Next is Kathy Rebold.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, there. Now can you see me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Next, I have CJ Barnes. Okay. It does not appear that CJ is on. Next, I have Mary Hinton.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Patrick Swift.
Present.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, I have Stuart Bennett.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Thank you, Stuart. All right, there he is. Next, I have Polly Coughlin.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Polly. Let me see her. Next, I have Mark Verdugo.
How to do?
Thank you, Mark. Next, I have Kevin Manager.
Manager DLC 786, present and accounted for.
Thanks, Kevin. Next, I have Frank Askin.
Frank Askin, DLC 787, Unit 1, IT CBER, present.
Thank you, Frank. Next, I have Ricky Bradley.
Present.
Thank you, Ricky. Okay. Next, I have Paul Audi Garong.
Present.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next, I have Harry Price.
Good morning. Harry Price is in the house.
Good
and
morning,
accounted
Harry.
for.
Thank you. Next, I have Valerie Brooks.
Here, present. Valerie Brooks, present.
Good morning, Valerie.
Good morning.
Can you very briefly turn your camera on for verification?
Sure.
Thank you, Valerie.
Okay. Can you see me?
I can. Thanks much.
Cool.
All right. Next, I have Matt Montgomery.
Present.
Good morning. Thank you. Next, I have Noreen Nelson.
Hey, from Reading. Just wanted to say happy early Merry Christmas, everyone. Good to see you.
Thank you, Noreen. Next, I have Claudia Gambaro. Morning, Claudia. I'm waiting to hear your voice. She's connected, yeah. Okay. Claudia, you were connected? Okay. I will look for her in the waiting room. But at the moment, she is not present. The hope is she'll get in shortly. Next, I have Vincent Green.
Good morning, everybody. We are
Morning,
here.
Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. Next, I have Cruz Naranjo.
Present.
Okay, there you are. Thank you, Cruz. And then I have James Zoas.
Hello, everyone. Present. Claudia said she is saying hello, but no one's responding to her. She's responding right now.
Okay, I showed that she dropped off. Does she need to log back in?
She thinks she's on. She said she's in. but
Okay,
I'll tell her to log back in.
yeah, please do. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I'm going to do a brief roll call of our interpreters and our election committee. So Lindy Brazier.
Here.
Present, thank you. Candy Hudson.
Here.
Thank you. Mish Shirls.
Here.
Thank you, Mish. Peter Ossery.
Good morning, here.
Thank you. Olga Kripinoff.
Here.
And Eloise Merrifield is here. All right. Thank you for your patience going through the roll call to make sure that we know who we have. The next.
I'm sorry. Did we get Claudia back on? Is she?
She is not accounted for yet. I will announce to the team when they are in the room.
Okay.
I believe CJ Barnes has just entered the waiting room. I'm going to admit them. And Susan, your hand went down. Was that what your question was?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good morning. I believe I just admitted CJ Barnes. If that's correct, can you please turn your camera on and say present? Good morning. Thank you. All right. Polly, I see you have your hands up. I'll go ahead and answer your question before we do the rules. Go ahead.
Yes, could you add my last name?
Yes, I will have my tech team do it in just a second. Yeah. All right. Now that we've gone through roll call, first I'm going to read through the BUNC election rules, and then we're going to read through the BUNC election procedures, and then we're going to talk through the order of elections. Many of you know this information, but I want to make sure that it is clearly defined for everyone. Mish, go ahead. You're on mute if you're speaking, Mish.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I have the right people that are not in, and that is Claudia and Chike or Chike.
Claudia and Chike are the only two that I show not present.
And Altman.
Oh, Raymond Altman, yes. Thank you. This is why I have a team.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So at this time, I'm going to go through the BUNC election rules, and then we will go through the procedures. So we are here today to elect the BUNC for Unit 1. So the first section of the rules is regarding the governance. So the Local 1000 policy file supersedes any and all conflicting SBAC or BUNC rules. The BUNC election committee is appointed by the Local 1000 president. Section B is regarding nominations. DBERS and CBERS may only run for one office at a time. Candidates will be allowed 2 minutes to address the SBAC members regarding their candidacy for each position that they run for. Only those individuals elected to the BUNC may run for one of the 3 BUNC officer positions, which is the chair, the vice chair, and the alternate vice chair. SBAC members who are not physically present on the Zoom meeting may accept a nomination So long as they've arranged ahead of time a way to formally accept that nomination, this is usually done through a letter. Self-nomination is permitted. Seconds to nominations are not required, and because of the large number of positions we're electing today, we're not going to be doing seconds of nominations. Section C is regarding voting. Only officially recognized DBERS and CBERS are eligible to vote for BUNC or alternate positions, chair, vice chair, and alternate vice chair. All voting will be done by secret ballot using the Zoom polling function, and DBERS and CBERS must remain in the Zoom meeting during balloting. Guests and observers may not participate in the election process and are not permitted in this Zoom meeting during the process. Guests are able to watch this via a stream, but they are not able to be in the room. I am pausing briefly because I have admitted Claudia. And once she is connected to audio, I will be able to verify her presence. Okay. In the meantime, Section D is, oh, I apologize. John, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Eloise. Did I hear you correctly when you said you were not going to allow a second? Is that on nominations?
I'm here.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Yes, we are not seconding nominations because they are not required under the election rules. And due to the large number of positions that we are electing today, we are trying to preserve the process, but also move through efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then Carolyn, go ahead.
Yes, I heard you say that we must remain in the room. What happens if somebody gets kicked off for like electronic reasons? Will they be admitted back into the room?
Yes, you absolutely. If you are on my list and you get kicked off, I will readmit you the moment I see you in the waiting room. This is more to let folks know that the election doesn't stop once it starts. But if you get kicked off, yes, I will admit you back in. It's not a one and done. There are reentries.
I was just asking for clarification.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sean, go ahead. Sean Harrison.
Thank you. I was just wondering, do you have a number in case it's more technical, just to let you know that, hey, we're trying?
Yeah, that's one of the things I'll give you throughout the process is my number, but I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. And then Denise, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I heard you say that seconds aren't necessary, but if a nomination is put up, does the person have to either accept or decline?
If they are going, they have to say if they're going to decline it, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. So the next section is regarding the election. So elections are won by a majority of votes cast. Necessary runoff elections will be held immediately between the two candidates with the highest vote totals. If there are any ties, those are to be decided by a coin flip by a member of the election committee. Upon receipt of all eligible votes in the Zoom polling function, results will be immediately announced. I will announce them verbally, then we will briefly share the results on screen so that all participants can see not only the percentage of votes each person got, but the raw number of votes each person got. And then we will take that immediately down before starting the next process. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, you said that you'll have, if there's more than one, more than two people running, you'll have the top run up from the top two. what if there's more than four, or three people running? If you have four, you're gonna cut off the bottom two. We're gonna have another runoff with the last place one removed, so for the top three until you get down to two.
So what we would do is, let's say we have 4 people running and 3 of them get the exact same vote totals. We would run a runoff between those 3 with the same vote totals. And then if there's not a clear winner there, we will do a runoff with the top 2 that have the same vote totals, and that will determine the eventual winner.
Okay, but what if you get one with 4 votes, then 3, then 2, then 1? You're
Then
just
the
gonna
person
take-
who has 4 votes wins. But if
That's
they
not-
have.
That's not
if
more
you-
than half.
So, but it's, okay. Let's see. We've always done it where it's the 2 candidates with the highest vote totals. So in your scenario, it would be the top 2, and we would do a runoff then.
My experience has been you've had a runoff taken off the bottom one to see where those votes are going to go until you get down to somebody with 50%.
Okay. I can check on that if we get into a runoff situation. The way that it's written right now would be a runoff between the top 2, but I will see if I can get some clarity if we run into a situation like that.
It only matters if there's more than 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Yes, just a quick question. Are we going to be running straight through, or are we going to be having like breaks and lunch, or how's that going to work today?
We will have breaks as needed, as announced, but other than the official breaks, that is the only time the election process will stop. Okay. Candidates will have 1 hour following the final vote tally announcement to file an election protest with the Election Protest Committee. You will file that protest by informing the assigned staff member. In this case, it's myself. The way you can inform me about a protest or other issues is via a phone call or a text message. My cell phone number is 916 407 7062. And we will announce the election ending time at the end of the election of our last position, which in this case will be the alternate vice chair. Additionally, we will hold this Zoom link open for 60 minutes after the election ends to ensure that if folks weren't able to call me, that they can get a hold of me on the Zoom if they want to file a protest. Brenda, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the number, Eloise, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
It is 916 407 7062.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the decisions of the Election Protest Committee are final and binding on all parties. So those are the election rules. Now I'm going to go through the election procedures. So, election committee members will introduce themselves and remain present to monitor the election proceedings. I will go ahead and have them introduce themselves right now. So, Peter, if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name's Peter Ussery. I'm an IT specialist for ARB, and I'll be working for you guys today.
Thank you, Peter. Mish, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Mish Block-Shirls. I'm with Franchise Tax Board. I'm an ethics officer and filing officer.
Thank you. All right. So the staff will confirm that only eligible voters are in attendance using the unit attendance sheet and performing roll call. We just did that. So as I already mentioned, the election process will not stop once it starts, with the exception of planned official breaks. And we would discourage you as much as possible from leaving the Zoom room during the process. As I mentioned before, if you get disconnected, hop back on and we'll let you back in. But the process will not pause if somebody gets disconnected. So there is no active electioneering or campaigning in the Zoom room other than your designated 2-minute speech. If at any point the room becomes chaotic or there's a lot of crosstalk or folks are not paying attention, I will go ahead and have everyone force muted. We will regroup and then we will restart the process. Staff will open the nominations for one BUNC position available at a time. After BUNC elections are completed, then nominations and elections of the alternate positions will take place. After alternates are elected, nominations and elections will be open for BUNC chair, vice chair, and alternate vice chair in that order, following the same process. When there are no further nominations for the BUNC position, nominations will be closed and the election for that seat will take place. Per the policy file section 12.2.00 subsection C, if there is only one candidate nominated for any office, he or she will be declared elected. Candidates will be allowed 2 minutes to address the SBAC members regarding their candidacy. Election committee members will keep time. Votes will be cast for each open position after all candidates have addressed the SBAC members. And again, candidates have 1 hour following the final vote tally announcement to file an election protest with the Election Protest Committee by informing the assigned staff member. The decision of the Election Protest Committee are final and binding on all parties. Staff is responsible for retaining all electronic election results, recording the time of each election result, and informing the Election Protest Committee of the end time of each election. And then we will be repeating this process until all eligible positions are filled. And finally, staff must complete the final list of the newly elected members, alternates, chair, vice chair, and alternate vice chair, and submit to the contract director. Hang on 1 second. So an issue just came up that we need to resolve. So we've done roll call, but we need to pause the election while the issue is resolved. I can go ahead and answer Harry's question, and then we are in a light holding pattern until I get an answer. So Harry, go ahead.
Yes, this is about the CBERS.
Uh-huh.
So they're kind of specialized positions. So I'm wondering if someone gets nominated for, let's say if you're an environmental CBER and you get nominated for administrative, does that qualify?
It does not. So the way we're going to be handling the order of elections, which I can talk through while we're on pause before we start, is before we open nominations for any of the positions, for DBERS, we will announce which DLCs are qualified to run for that position. For CBERS, we will announce which CBERS are qualified to fill each position. So you will only be able to fill the CBER classification grouping that you are under.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I see you, Kristen, I'll get to you in 1 second. Kevin, I have an answer regarding the runoff issue. So we will go ahead and just drop off the bottom person with the least votes and keep running with smaller and smaller groups till we can get a majority. That's how we will handle that. So I was able to just get that verified. And then we are resolving one issue, and we'll start in a second. In the meantime, Kristen, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering, for those of us that are brand new, as time permits, perhaps during this delay time, you could go ahead and explain some of the, when that question was just asked about the environmental, I don't know anything. This is my first time, so maybe you could explain that to me as time permits.
Yeah. Let me get Vincent's question, and then I can walk through some clarity on how the CBER elections are held ever so slightly differently than the DBER elections, even though it's all Unit 1. So, Vincent, go ahead.
Hello, just want to verify your answer as far as the majority is concerned. You are talking simple majority, meaning that the one that has the most votes wins.
Well, so, yes. Elections are won by a majority of votes cast. Necessary runoffs will be held immediately between the two candidates with the highest vote totals. So I will tell you mostly what I've seen. There is a simple majority, highest vote cast. But if we see something where it's broken down, where there's multiple different ties, or there's so many people running that nobody has more than even a 30 or 40 or 50% majority, then we will do runoff.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So to give a little background for folks that are new, I will go through the order that Unit 1 elections go in. And that is, first, we will elect there are 4 total BUNC positions for DBERs from the Sacramento area. So that's DLCs 762, 761, 764, 765, 766, 767, 768, 769, 781, 782, 784, 785, 786, 787, 788, 789, 790, 792, 793, 794, 795, and 799. We're multitasking here. And so we will elect 4 BUNC members from those eligible DLCs. Those are the first 4 BUNC members we elect. Then we will elect 1 BUNC member from the coastal area. The coastal DLCs are 741, 742, 743, 744, 746, 747, 749, 750, 751, and 752. After that, we will elect 1 BUNC member, DBER, from the southeast. So those DLCs are 701, 702, 703, 704, 705, and 710. Then we will elect 1 BUNC member, DBER, from the southwest. So we have 706, 721, 723, 724, 725, and 727. Then we will elect 1 DBER from the from Central, and that'll be 707, 726, 729, 770, 771, and 772. And then we will elect 2 Debers statewide from any DLC. One second. All right. After that, we will hold the CBER elections. And Kevin, I see you have a question. Go ahead. Oh,
Yeah, regarding the geographic elections and also I guess with the CBERs, are only people in those geographies voting for those Debers? Like only the Sacramento people vote for Sacramento, or is it everybody?
Everybody votes.
And the same thing with this with the CBERs. So
Correct.
Everybody votes for those people.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Even though the nominations themselves are closed to those areas or those classification groups, all SBAC members will be voting once the nominations have happened. Okay. And then after we hold the Deber BUNC member positions, then we will hold the CBER BUNC member positions. Dahlia, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Dahlia Jaramillo, DLC 721. I'm sorry, my gardener is working at my house today. Did I hear there is also an at-large position?
There are 2 statewide positions that anybody from any DLC can run for.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, now my gardener's quiet, so I missed that important part. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you. All right. So the elections for CBER will be held after the elections for Deber. So first, we will elect 2 CBERs within the administrative and analytical classification areas. Then we will elect 2 CBERs from the finance area. Then we will elect 2 CBERs from employment and health services. Then we will elect 2 CBERs from information technology. We will elect 1 CBER from environmental and consumer protection, and 1 CBER from communications and research. I know we do have a couple of CBER vacancies, but that's the ideal way that we would elect. And then once all of those positions are elected, we will go through in the same order for alternates. James, go ahead.
Claudia Gombar got dropped again, is having trouble getting in. Can she call that phone number and do this by telephone?
She can. The problem is doing it by telephone. We would have to figure out a way for her to vote, because if you call in, you cannot utilize the anonymous polling function. If she logs on the link on a smartphone, she will be able to participate in the poll.
She is using her smartphone. That's the problem. She's getting dropped. She's using her iPhone and keeps getting dropped.
Okay. Let me check, because that's part of the problem is the anonymous polling. So let me figure out what we would be able to do. Go ahead, Jay.
Continuation of the question. If an individual was not concerned with their vote remaining anonymous, could they do it over the phone? I'm not saying she is. That's just I'm asking, is that an option?
That's what I have to figure out.
Okay.
Because we did have one other situation where that happened and we had to preset it, and I have to figure out what they did.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Vincent, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quickly, James, if you're talking back and forth to Claudia, ask Claudia to go ahead and set her iPhone up on her Wi-Fi at her house, as opposed to using her mobile, whatever she's using. That should solve her issue from being dropped all the time.
James, did you have another question, or did I just not take your hand down?
I'm good at the moment.
Thank you. All right. So the next, hang on one second. So we did receive an updated list, and the addition to the updated list is Angela Williams. I did just admit you, Angela, but if you could turn on your camera and confirm that you're present, please.
Okay, let me get my camera together, but I am here.
I can see and hear you. You're all set. Thank you so much, Angela.
You're welcome. Oh, and one more thing, what got me in was the ID number. I couldn't use the link, but maybe the ID number, maybe that'll assist the other person with their trouble too.
I appreciate that, Angela. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So then the last group that we will elect is, once we've elected the BUNC, we will go through and we will elect the alternates, which are 2 BUNC alternates from those Sacramento DLCs listed before, and I will list them again when we do nominations. And then 1 alternate from the coastal DLCs mentioned before, 1 alternate from the Southeast, 1 alternate from the Southwest, 1 alternate from the Central region, and 2 alternates statewide. Then we will carry out the election for SBAC alternates, with 1 alternate from each of the SBAC classification areas. Once all of those positions are filled, then we will elect the chair, then we will elect the vice chair, and the final position we will elect is the alternate vice chair. As a reminder, only those individuals who are elected to the BUNC are eligible to run for chair, vice chair, or alternate vice chair. Alternate BUNC members are not eligible to run for those positions. So, are there any questions before we begin to open up nominations? All right, so first we'll go to James.
Yes, Eloise, since we've been on for an hour and 15 minutes or so, could we have like a 5-minute personal break and then get to this? We've been on for a while.
Yeah, let me get the last couple questions.
Okay.
We will take a personal break. I will give you a time to come back that we will start, and then we will begin.
Thank you.
And then Angela, go ahead.
Has the voting already started?
It has not.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. All right, so right now it is 11:12 a.m. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong clock. It is 11:15. Oh, Angela, go ahead. Did you have one more question before we take a personal break?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I raised my hand in error.
No worries. I'd rather check in than skip somebody. So it is 11:15. Let's go ahead, and if you need a personal break, let's take it now, and please be back no later then 11:20. At 11:20, I will begin opening up nominations for the Sacramento Deber positions. So please be back on 11:20. That is the time we will go ahead and get started. Okay, it is 11:20. right. And so we are going to go ahead and open up. Oh, hang on. Okay. It is 11:20. We are going to go ahead and open up nominations for the first bunk member position for a Sacramento DBER. I was going to say, please raise your hand and I will call in hand raise order for those nominations. I love to see how many of you knew that was already what we were going to do. So as a reminder, for these positions, you must be from the following DLCs. The person accepting the nomination must be from the following DLCs: 761, 762, 764, 765, 766, 767, 768, 769, 781, 782, 784, 785, 786, 787, 788, 789, 790, 792, 793, 794, 795, and 799. We will run 4 total elections for these 4 bunk positions. As a reminder, you can nominate yourself. We are not doing seconds. If you are nominated and you wish to decline, please come off mute and decline once your name has been nominated. As these nominations go forward, we're going to be verifying with our records that the folks being nominated are in the correct Sacramento area DLCs. So at this time, I'm going to call on folks in the order that you raised your hands. So first up, Mike Ramos, go ahead and come off mute and share your nomination.
Good morning. I would like to nominate James Zos.
Okay. Beautiful, thank you. Next, I have Harry Price.
Good morning. I'm nominating Troy Phillips.
Okay. Thank you. Next hand I have is Matt Montgomery.
I would like to nominate myself for.
Okay. All right. The next hand that I have is Sean Harrison. Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for the first bunk member position for a Sacramento DBER? Okay. Seeing no other nominations and hearing none of the nominated candidates decline. Oh, thank you, Sheila. Sheila, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself.
Okay. All right. Any other nominations for the Sacramento area DBER? Claudia, go ahead. Let me get you unmuted. You're still on mute, Claudia. Oh, you're still on mute. I can't hear you. There we
How
go.
about now?
I can hear you.
Jiminy Christmas. I'm in another meeting and I just had to run out of here. But then I just realized that it's not for the Seaver position, so I shouldn't be trying to nominate myself at this juncture, right?
Correct. This is for
Okay.
Sacramento area DBERS.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Final call for nominations for the first bunk member position for a Sacramento area DBER. Seeing no other nominations at this time. Oh, go ahead, Sheila. You're still on mute, Sheila.
I apologize. I ran for the wrong seat.
Okay.
Decline my nomination.
Okay. This would be your area.
I got it, but it's seat one. I'll wait for.
Got it.
Four of them.
All right. Just want to make sure.
Right, I got it.
Go ahead, Susan.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear and that everybody's clear on the call that this election is for seat one only. We will be running 4 different elections for the Sacramento area. Seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, and seat 4 separately, not all as one. Correct?
That is correct. This is the first of 4 seats for Sacramento area DBERS. Polly, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself.
Okay. All right. Any other nominations for this first bunk DBER Sacramento seat? Okay. Seeing no other nominations at this time, we will be opening up the poll. You can vote for one choice only, and then you will hit submit. We will be closing the poll when we see raw numbers wise that all eligible voters have voted, or you are able to abstain. And so I will announce when the poll is going to be closed. Before we launch that, Vincent, go ahead.
Maybe I missed something, but are these supposed to have candidate statements?
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. This is why I have you guys on. Yes, we are supposed to have candidate statements, and that was my mistake. Thank you, Vincent.
You're welcome.
So the way, and I believe that was what Mish was trying to tell me as well. Thank you, Mish. So I will call on folks in the order of nomination. Mish will ask you to tell her when she's ready, or when you're ready, and then she will tell you when she is starting the 2-minute timer. And she will call time when that is done. Thank you for the reminder, Vincent. I got on autopilot and I would have missed a big important part. So the first nominee we have up is James Zoas.
So just tell me I'm ready and we go.
All right, James, go.
Go. Hello, everyone. My name is James Zoas. I'm DLC 799. I work for the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. I'm going on 29 years with them as a tax auditor in the out-of-state district. I've been a union steward for 27 and a half years. Used to be my DLC president back in the 90s, and have been on the bargaining team now since 2011, I believe. During my career, I have stepped up to help and work to benefit the membership. I have represented employees in 3 state personnel board hearings, in which in 2 cases, I had to go through literally thousands of their emails to help them put a case together to defeat all the false charges against them and keep their job and get their merit raises back and their promotion. The 3rd case also won the case as well. It was a much smaller case. I've filed grievances. Most importantly, many of you probably have never known, but there's a you get paid for overtime, but if you travel on your job and travel outside of work hours, that overtime falls under Fair Labor Standards Act, a very obscure section of the law, and you don't get paid for it. It's donated time. And there were employees like me who had over 900 hours of overtime that I wasn't paid for. I filed a grievance to benefit not just me, but all employees statewide. And to resolve that issue and get it in the contract, I had to forfeit my 900 hours of overtime, put it in the past to put it in the contract to benefit the masses, which I did. I am in this for the masses, for everyone. I've been asked back in 2016 to go speak to the CPU people in Sacramento and help them get organized. At that meeting, we gained 50 members. Soon after, we ended up with near 400 members to their successful SSA adjustment they got. I am asking for your vote again to get me on the DBOR position, as I enjoy working for everyone in the state, member or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Next in order of nomination is Troy Phillips.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, go.
My name is Troy Phillips, and I have experience on the bargaining team as a CBER, my first round working with the information and technology reclass. I'm a DBER currently and worked with Susan Rodriguez, our chair, on several of the projects that have spurred off of bargaining. I think it's important when we have a chair that will take these items forward and keep them moving. The TV specialist working with Tommy Rico, James Early, Ryan McKinney, and Foster Lovelace, we have been able to get the state to the table a couple of times to talk about their classifications. These are things that were bargained at the table. And again, they have to be moved forward. We need a leader that will do that for us. Brooke Pierman has stepped in as we lost one of our Russell Jorgensen to help. I've been involved in the cybersecurity apprenticeship program. This is something that's dear to my heart. Cybersecurity not only is an up and coming IT classification that is going to be hot and heavy, but being able to show people how our union brings people up through apprenticeship, that is so important to me. And I think that goes a long way for developing membership. A DLC, I believe very strongly that our union is only as strong as our DLCs. Our DLCs are mini unions. And what I like about my new DLC is that I have a proactive president and Cheryl Allen. And I look forward to building this membership in this new DLC and working with Cheryl and my wonderful stewards that we have in the DLC 768. I look for your vote. Always begin with the end in mind, folks.
Time.
Thank you. Next candidate for a statement is Matt Montgomery.
You ready, Matt?
Ready.
Go.
Good morning. My name is Matt Montgomery. I am with DLC 792 in Susanville. I'm fairly new to SEIU. I worked for the Department of Corrections in the EIS CSFO department, so field IT staff. While I may be new to SEIU, I am not new to unions. I worked for a community college school district for almost 8 years. I was an active member of the union there, California Schools Employees Association. I was the chief steward for that chapter for a number of years. I was a member of the negotiating team, and I was also very active statewide as a member of the resolutions committee. I would really like to be part of the BUNC and be a part of negotiating our contract going forward. I feel that I could bring a lot of experience that I've had, my past experience with CSEA to the board with regards to negotiating, contract language, and organizational skills and technical. I appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Next candidate to deliver a statement is Sean Harrison.
Hi again, this is Sean Harrison. I'm with DLC 761. My day job is I'm a minister.
Hang on, Sean. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are timing these, so I want to make sure that Misha's ready when you start.
Okay, so is she ready now?
Yeah.
Go.
Sorry, my nerves jumped me. Again, Sean Harrison, DLC 761. My day job is I'm an associate management auditor, and yes, I am here to help. But I've got 20 years as a member in good standing, and I also have served as a DLC treasurer, secretary, and president back during the Great Recession. Yay, lots of fun. So I'm taking up the call to start getting involved and learn what's going on. One of my goals is to demystify the negotiation process, not only for myself, but for others. I think not having that communication is what causes friction, because if people don't know why, the reasons we do the concessions we do, they can't have that empathy. They can't have that understanding of why those decisions were made. And that is my hope as I get involved, as I serve the membership, that I can be that conduit or help the process of getting out to the members what this process is and what you face as negotiating, the negotiation team face when they're sitting at the table. So I'm excited about the opportunity, and I hope you'll vote for me, and thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And then the final candidate in these nominations for a statement is Polly Coughlin.
You ready, Polly?
I am.
Go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paulos Coughlin, and I go by Polly Coughlin. I have worked for the state for 26 years. My current classification is an associate management auditor, and I am currently a steward with DLC 784. Prior to becoming a steward, I worked on 2 grievances, one regarding reduced workweek schedule, as well as the dignity clause. And this is my first SBAC, and I am excited to negotiate for benefits for all members. One thing that hits close to home for me is the fact that SEIU 1000 represents the majority of women in the state workforce. And a recent article came out regarding that in the state of California, women make 79.5 cents on the dollar compared to men. And this is something I want to change. I also want to work on better healthcare benefits for all members. There are some members in other bargaining units that get better dental and healthcare benefits than we do. That's an issue for me. The other thing is, again, going back to fighting for more pay for folks, is the stipends. We get $260 a month for a stipend. A stipend does nothing for you as far as retirement benefits. And recently, Bargaining Unit 2, which is attorneys, converted their $260 to a pay raise, which will help them in retirement, because that $260 now adds to their final compensation used in retirement. And again, Bargaining Unit 2, the attorneys consist largely of a male-dominated workforce, which only goes to show you the gap between what women make in retirement and men make in retirement will continue to widen. And this pandemic has affected all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Polly.
Okay.
All right. So now that we have heard the candidate statements, at this time, we will be opening the poll for voting. Once you choose one option and hit submit, your vote will be counted. We will be able to see raw numbers and percentages. There is no identifying information attached to those raw numbers or percentages, so the polling is anonymous. Once we have closed the poll, I will verbally announce the results, and then we will briefly share on the screen the vote breakdown. And then once we take that off the screen, we will move forward to the next nominations for the next position. There are 47 eligible voters from Unit 1. Obviously, that does not include staff, interpreters, or the election committee. At this time, I would like us to open the poll. Please open the poll for voting. It looks like most eligible folks have voted. I am going to hold this open for another 20 seconds. All right. At this time, please end the poll and share the results. Thank you. So as you can see from the results, the winner for this position is James Zoas. Please stop the screen share.
20 out of 45.
Thank you, guys.
Eloise, this is Donna. When you did the screen share, at least for me, since I'm on a phone, it was very, very, very small. So it takes me a couple of extra seconds to make the screen bigger so I can read it. So if you wouldn't close it so quickly, I realized we've got to keep moving, but just to give those of us that are using a phone the time to actually see the numbers, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. I can keep it up for another couple of seconds. Peter, yeah, go ahead.
You know how we were set up as co-host yesterday? I'm not seeing the proper view today, so I must not be a co-host.
I'll get it taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So for the first BUNC member position for a DBER from the Sacramento area, the winner is James Zoas. Susan, go ahead.
Oh, never mind. You fixed it for Meach too.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we allowed to say congratulations via that political politeness?
We can. I do want to reduce as much off-topic stuff as possible so we can get through it, but a hearty congratulations is appropriate. Mark, I see that you have a question, or are you ready for the next nomination?
I was just curious if you were going to post the results before we move on, or is that at the end?
That's going to be at the end.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So at this time, I'd like to open nominations for the second BUNC position for a Sacramento DBER. All right, so I will go again in hand order. James, go ahead.
I nominate Stuart Bennett. Could you hear me, Eloise?
I could. I was just verifying he's now a DBER and not a CBER.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, James. Next is Sean Harrison.
Nominating myself again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I have is Kevin Manager.
Kevin Manager, Deber for 786, I nominate myself.
Okay, thank you. Next hand I have is Harry Price.
Hello, I nominate Mr. Phillips.
Troy Phillips. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for this second BUNC position for one of the Sacramento DLCs? Valerie, go ahead. You're still on mute. There we go.
Yeah, I nominate myself.
Okay. Perfect, okay. Thank you, Valerie. Any other nominations for the second BUNC position for a Sacramento DLC? Okay. Seeing no other nominations, we can move to candidate statements. Again, I will go in order of the nomination. When we call on you, please let Mish know that you're ready, and then she will start timing, and you may begin when she says go. So the first nominated candidate for a statement is Stuart Bennett.
You ready?
You're still on mute, Stuart.
Apologies. Sticky mouse pad there.
You ready, Stuart?
Yes, go ahead and start the clock. Thank you.
Go.
Good morning, SBAC members, and a special welcome to those of you new to this bargaining process. Thank you for your stamina. I'm Stuart Bennett. I'm a pension actuary at the Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS, as it's known to many in downtown Sacramento. I've been a job steward in Deber since 2015 in DLC 781. In that time, I've been actively involved in a number of contract campaigns, meet and confers, and organizing efforts. I've served on the BUNC and several other union committees, and currently I'm working on a series reclassification effort that will meet with CalHR later this month. In my career, I've spent 20 years securing the retirement benefits for state employees and almost 30 years in the California public sector plans, more broadly in the county and city systems. I know how important our retirement benefits are to all of us here and to the represented employees of our union. During the next master contract cycle, there are recent changes at CalPERS that will have an impact on the costs of both our pension and retiree healthcare costs. That's particularly true for our newer and younger PEPRA members, so we need to make sure their interests are protected. I believe that my knowledge and experience in these areas would be a benefit to the BUNC. I have access to critical actuarial information important in these considerations and a strong unionized actuarial team at my back ready to support the bargaining team. But whatever the BUNC does or decides, let's make sure that we get the numbers right. I know that we've come through a tough and acrimonious statewide leadership election, but let's not let internal union politics distract us from the job at hand. First and foremost, we are charged with building the best team we can to bargain with the state. Thank you, and please consider me for your vote.
Thank you,
very
Stuart.
much.
All right. The next candidate who can make a statement is Sean Harrison.
Hello again, and again,
Wait.
So sorry.
That's
when
okay.
I'll work on my polishment. I'm not as good as everybody, these other people, but thank you.
Are you ready, Sean?
I am ready.
Okay, go.
So hi again, Sean Harrison, DLC 761. Still, I'm an associate management auditor. I've been that for 15 years. I've been a member in good standing for 20. I did serve during the Great Recession at EDD as the DLC Secretary Treasurer, and then by way of the bylaws and losing a president, I became the DLC president. Excited about the opportunity to, again, demystify the process, not only for myself, but for the members, and to have that, build that communication so we have understanding as to what the decisions are made, why they're made, the concessions we make, so that our members and also those who aren't members now might join because they better understand why we're doing what we're doing. And the only leverage that I think we need to be trying to really work on is membership. And if people can see what's going on and understand that, then it's going to grow, and that's going to be our power, our strength. So thank you so much again for your consideration, and I will keep trying. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sean. Next candidate for a statement is Kevin Menninger.
Are you ready, Kevin?
I'm ready.
Go.
Well, good morning, Unit 1. As you can tell, Unit 1 elections are kind of convoluted, and odds are you'll be seeing some of the same candidates again and again through this process. To that end, you also may have noticed, well, before I get to that, I want to welcome these new people because it is convoluted, stick it out, and there's a great enthusiasm there, and I'm really excited to see that in our SBAC and hopefully on our BUNC as well. But some of you may have been contacted, given rise, the question was about some of the internal politics. Some of you may have been contacted. There are 1 or 2 or maybe more slates running. That's why people are choosing which seat they want to go in. That's fine. There's nothing actually wrong with that. But I'm here to let you know that I'm running independently. I'm running on my own merits. Oh, I don't mean to denigrate the others. That they have merits, of course. But I have been a DBER since I started with the union. I've been a union member since I started with the state some decades ago. But I've been a steward since about 2007, and primarily as a DBER, although last 3 years ago, I was the Vice President Secretary Treasurer for the entire local. But wonky stuff about contracts and policy file is where my heart is. And so I can tell you, I can understand this stuff. And what we need also is a dynamic, communicative BUNC that's going to get out there and drive up the membership, because Unit 1 is a little lacking there. We need to drive that up to have leverage at the table. I'm down to about 30 seconds and I'll probably be back again. So I'm going to say good morning for now and I'll see you again.
Thank you, Kevin. The next candidate who can make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Are you ready, Troy?
I am ready.
Go.
All right. Nice to be back again. My name is Troy Phillips, and I don't know if I told you, I'm the information technology specialist at Department of Water Resources. What I do in my classification is I bring information technology projects to life, and I deliver these projects to customers using project management and change management methodologies and tools. Oftentimes, we're dealing with odd personalities on one side of the fence, and then you're dealing with customers that don't quite understand the process of putting things together in an information technology world. I'm part of the digital transformation at Department of Water Resources. I reach out to multi-agency, I'm on a multi-agency project under the California Natural Resource Agency umbrella. I work in the executive team, and that enables me to reach out to the many departments under our umbrella. One of the things that is on my mind heavily is Richard Lewis Brown. He's our lead negotiator, and this is not going to be the same as it was with Yvonne Walker. I know that, and I'm prepared to work with Richard under the circumstances of being heated or not. He is the lead negotiator, and there's a path forward if we can find it and work together to get there. Our chair of our unit is going to be so important in this matter, because that is going to be the driver of conversations with Richard behind closed doors, and possibly the only person at the table representing our team. I look for your vote. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Troy. And then the final candidate in this round of nominations for a statement is Valerie Brooks.
Misha, tell me. I'm ready when you are, Misha.
Okay, go.
Hi, my name is Valerie Brooks. I am new to this. I've only been in the state for 10 years, but in those 10 years, I'm an IT specialist one at DLC 790. I work at the Department of Technology in Rancho Cordova. And within those 10 years, I have been an active steward. I have been the chief steward in my DLC. Also, I have been a union rep in the MRC for a year and a half. And I also participate in the organizing department for the new employee orientation. I've also been to the state personnel board because I have filed several grievances for employees. I have been in front of a judge to plead the case for several employees and won. And so I think with my experience and talking to members from all over the state of California, I think I have a pretty good idea of what members want. I think we should, I think our membership in the bargaining unit 1 needs to be a little stronger, and that's my goal as a DBER, and I really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Now that all the candidates have had an opportunity to make their statements, at this time, we will be, was there a question, James?
Yes. Have y'all figured out how Claudia can vote by phone? She's asking.
So she's not able on her iPhone? Because she's logged in on a link because I can see her on camera. So the poll will come up that way. The poll won't come up if you're called in audio only.
Okay, I'll communicate to her. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's going to come up as a poll?
It's going to come up as a poll, yes.
Okay. So as long as I'm logged in, I'll be able to vote. If I get dropped, then I won't. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, what is not possible to participate in the poll is if you call in on the phone number only. But even if you're on your phone, if you're logged into the Zoom link, the poll will pop up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will be launching the poll. Again, it is one choice only, and then hit submit. I will verbally announce the results, and then we will share screen for a little bit longer. I won't be speaking when the screen is shared, because when the screen is shared, sometimes the interpreters go away. So at this time, please go ahead and launch the poll. All right. At this time, I have recorded votes from all eligible participants. So please end the poll. The winner of this poll is Stuart Bennett, and please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. All right. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go ahead and we're going to open nominations for the third BUNC member position for a Sacramento DBER. And I will go in hand order. So first I have Susan. Go ahead, Susan.
I'd like to nominate Beth Bartel.
All right. Thank you. Next hand I have is Valerie Brooks.
I will nominate myself again.
Thank you, Valerie. The next hand I have is Joyce Wheeler Owens.
I nominate Sheila Byers.
Thank you.
I decline the nomination.
Thank you for letting me know, Sheila. The next hand I have is Ricky Bradley.
I nominate myself.
Thank you. The next hand I have is Sean Harrison.
I nominate myself.
Thank you, Sean. The next hand I have is Troy Phillips.
I will self-nominate. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. The next hand that I have is Barbara Alves.
Good morning, BUNC. I nominate Kevin Manager.
Thank you, Barbara.
Accept.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for the third BUNC member position for a Sacramento DBER? Final call for any additional nominations for the third Sacramento DBER BUNC member position. Okay. Seeing no other nominations, we will move forward to candidate statements. As a reminder, all candidates do have the opportunity to speak for 2 minutes. You are also able, if you feel like you've gotten everything out, you can also let us know if your previous statement stands, but I will check with all of you. Oh, before we move on, Harry, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to recommend that maybe for those who want to do the full 2 minutes, to give a 10-second warning before it ends.
We don't have a very good way of doing that because we can't like flash cards. So unfortunately, we're going to have to just call time. We do suggest, I think a lot of you are tracking your time as well. So I do suggest that, but unfortunately, there's no way to hold up a time without actually interrupting the person.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other nominations, I will call on the nominated candidates in nomination order for them to give their statements. So first is Beth Bartel.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
Are you ready, Beth?
I'm ready when you are.
Go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Beth Bartel. I'm the DBER 1 for DLC 765, and I am a regulation and policy analyst for the California Department of State Hospitals. I've been a steward for 9 years, and in those 9 years, this is my first foray into bargaining. But for many years, I was the vice president and chief steward of DLC 768, and later on the president of 768 before being relocated to where I am now. I had the pleasure while I was vice president and chief steward of DLC 768 of serving on the statewide chief stewards committee and on the statewide advanced steward training revamp committee, among others. I have been the chair of the statewide accessibility committee and have been an advocate for members of the LGBTQI and the Lavender Committee prior to that. I am an advocate against bullies in all forms, in all venues. I think that safe spaces need to be made for all human beings because that's what we are. We all human beings worthy of a basic level of common courtesy every day, regardless of our differences. And that's what makes us special is how we treat each other. And I try to take that down every path I walk, is just to remember that we are all human beings. And I try to remember that everybody deserves a basic modicum of dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. The next candidate for the opportunity to give a statement is Valerie Brooks.
Are you ready, Valerie?
I'm ready, Misha.
All right, go.
My statements stand. I just wanted to make sure to say that my interest for the bargaining unit is for wages, of course, working conditions, because I've talked with several members and there's in the MRC, that's their biggest complaint, condition of employment. So I really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. The next candidate with the opportunity to give a statement is Ricky Bradley.
Are you ready, Ricky? Ricky, are you ready?
Sorry, technical difficulties.
Let me know when. Okay.
I'm ready.
Go.
Sorry. I'm Ricky Bradley. I'm with the Housing and Community Development, and I have been with the state almost 18 years or something like that. I've been a steward for about 15 years, and I have been a DBER probably about 10 of those years. I don't have a lot of political allies. I don't have a lot of I'm not on anybody's slate or anything. I just, in my building, it's been two or three of us stewards probably for the last 15 years. And we have moved a lot of programs. We have a lot of bullying in my building. And I want to see stronger language. I want to be part of the BUNC because I will serve in whatever capacity, but I would love to be part of the BUNC to help prepare me to not only have a voice for many of the people who are voiceless, but to also get the experience from all the other seasoned BUNC members and things like that, so that I could further help the people in my building. We have marched on bosses. We're actually getting ready to march on our director pretty soon because our managers are just way out of control. So I just want to be a part of something bigger that will not only help me with the local things that we're doing, but just for my overall betterment. And I just ask for your vote. I would be a fresh voice coming in, different ideas and things like that. I'm just here to serve and to learn, and I just ask for your vote. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. The next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
Hi, Sean.
Okay. Hi.
You ready?
Ready.
Go.
And for the sake of time, I'm just going to stand on what I already said. But I do want to say to the people out there who have been talking about all the stuff they've been doing, that's exciting. And that's what I'm talking about with communications, to hear what's going on. Doesn't have to benefit me, but just the things you guys are doing elsewhere. We need to hear that. Everybody needs to hear that. So thank you. And I appreciate your vote, but I think we've got a great slate of people to choose from. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Troy, you ready?
I am ready.
All right, go.
All right, folks, thanks for an opportunity again to speak before you. One of the things that's hot and heavy for me is the retirement health care benefits. This has been something that I've been passionate about from the first time I heard this come up in 2014, and the state put out a report about our salaries and wages, and one of the line items in the report indicates that healthcare was not part of our salary and benefits. That was retirement health care. And I thought, well, what does that mean? Well, little did I know, when Sacramento County had their health care benefits taken, their retirement health care benefits taken from them, that set a precedence. And that precedence was brought into the bargaining room when we decided to go with this retirement health care benefit of a 3.5% out of our checks. I feel like that this is a large burden on the backs of state employees. I feel like it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed across the board. This is something that the state, we're a nation state, we taunt this, but let's leverage that at the bargaining table and say, as a nation state, reneging on what they had said originally when I was hired, that I had retirement health care for life. And I realize what the state has made statements, but I'm just asking you to vote me in on this bargaining team so we can get this stuff taken care of. This retirement health care has got to be modified, not taken away. We need to find a solution to how to get this taken care of so that it's not a burden on us. It will continue to be a burden every time we go to the bargaining table. When the state wants to raise us to 5%, what are you going to do then? Let's do this now. Get me on the team. I will address this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Troy. And then the final candidate with an opportunity to make a statement in this round of nominations is Kevin Manager.
Kevin, are you ready?
No,
Let me
go
know
ahead.
when.
Go ahead.
Go.
Well, I told you you'd see me again. And here I am. First of all, I want to follow up on some salient points that Brother Troy was making there about retirement healthcare. He's absolutely right that it is not fair. But, you know, CalPERS did see that cliff coming as people age and having to cover those expenses. How's it going to be covered? And the state saw that expense too. But the thing is, if you look at your paycheck, look at what you're paying for your healthcare. It's the same every month. It is a set amount. And yet our retirement healthcare is on a sliding scale based on our salary. That's simply not fair. We need to find a third way. And I thank Troy for bringing that up. We need to continue that fight. As I've said, I've been a DBER since about 2007, or I've been involved with bargaining since 2007. For the last 3 years, I was a secretary treasurer for the union, and I was at the table for that, but I wasn't a DBER. I was still part of the bargaining group. I've been in the room. I've been in the room with the state. I've been in the room with bargaining unit 1. I was an alternate vice chair couple of contracts ago. I've been on the BUNC before and dealt with the state in that room. At the master table as a VP, I've been in the room with the state, and I've been in the big room where the conversations happen. And I think this is why we want some people, we want some fresh voices. I'm glad we're hearing some fresh voices out there. We also need some people of experience, and I'm glad some of those people are stepping up too, because we have a chief negotiator with absolutely zero experience in negotiating. And so having some experience in the room to back him up and to give him the tools and the information he's going to need is important. So I ask again for your vote. I have the experience and I have a fresh voice and some energy to keep things going, because we need to think about organizing our members. I'll cover that next time if I don't make it this time. Thank you very much, and good afternoon all.
Thank you, Kevin. So now that we have heard candidate statements from all of the nominated candidates, at this time, we will be opening up the poll. And please go ahead and launch the poll. And we will be holding the poll open for another 20 seconds. All right. At this time, we will be closing the poll. The winner of this position is Beth Bartel. Please share the results on screen. All right, please pull the results down. Thank you. At this time, we'll be opening up nominations for the 4th BUNC member position for a Sacramento DBER. James, go ahead. James Zoas.
I nominate Paul Gavone.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, James. The next hand I have is Barbara Alves. Barbara, go ahead.
Yes, I
Oh, no,
nominate
Barb.
Kevin Manager.
Thank you, Barbara. You froze, but you came back. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. The next hand I have is Sean Harrison. Go ahead, Sean.
I will nominate myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next hand I have is Ricky Bradley. Go ahead, Ricky.
I nominate myself.
Thank you, Ricky. The next hand I have is Troy Phillips.
I'll self-nominate. Thank you.
The self-nominate, is that what I heard? Thank you, Troy. Are there any other nominations for the 4th bunk position for a Sacramento Deber? Polly, go ahead.
Yes, I nominate myself.
Thank you, Polly. Any other nominations for the 4th bunk position for a Sacramento Deber? Valerie, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I will nominate myself.
Thank you, Valerie. And the final call for any nominations for the 4th bunk position for a Sacramento Deber. Okay. Seeing no other hands or nomination. Seeing no other hands or nominations, we will move to the candidate statements. Again, we will go in order of nomination. So the first nominated candidate who has the opportunity to make a statement is Paul Garong. Go ahead, Paul.
Hold on.
Hi, everyone.
Oh,
Wait. I haven't started the time. Hold on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Sorry about that. Go.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Garong from DLC 789. Thank you, James, for nominating me. I've been with DLC 79, CDTFA, since 2016. I was a treasurer, then I became a Deber. My first active involvement with the union started during the 2016 contract, where I worked with the union leadership in Southern California to move forward the recruitment and retention adjustment, which actually translated to a special salary adjustment in our contract for that year for tax auditor classification. And I moved here in Sacramento in 2015. And before I got there, there was no union presence in our building. And so I started scheduling worksite meetings and having our membership, increasing our union membership, getting the membership engaged. When Yvonne Walker called for a strike during that time, we were actively engaged, and our building, our members were united in going on strike at that time. Thankfully, we didn't have to do that. And right now I'm a Deber, and I'm working with the complaints, grievances of our members. And one of the things that are being complained about right now is the cross-training to allow for promotion. And I've worked with our union representative, and according to her, there is no concrete language in the contract that addresses that. And that's why I'm stepping up right now, is just to help, do something to. Thank you.
thank you, Paul. The next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Kevin Manager.
You ready, Kevin?
Go ahead.
Go.
Well, if you look at the election so far, people have gone through, you've seen between 24 to 26 for the winner and everyone else falling at around 8 and then below that. That tells you that there has been some effective campaigning out there. Congratulate you all for that. But I'm not going to talk to the rest of you who haven't already secured your vote before you showed up today. That I want you to, listen to everybody and hear what you hear and what you need to hear to make your vote for a new passionate experience, somebody who's going to reach out to the members and build up that membership, because that's where our strength lies. As Unit 1 people, most of us are in some sort of analytical classification or another. And so we like to look at data, and it proves our point. And time again, we have shown the data that proves the point that we are generally underpaid and our working conditions are not what they should be for Unit 1. And the state simply says, no, I don't think so, because they can't, because we don't have the leverage in the field that it takes to really move things. I'm in IT, I'm an IT specialist 1, and our membership is hovering around 1 out of every 3 IT person. We can't have the leverage at the table with that kind of low turnout. So we need to focus on getting that leverage by building up our membership. We do that by engaging, educate, agitate, and organize. And that's what we need to be looking to do. And I hope you keep your minds open and vote for a different kind of candidate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
You ready, Sean?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go
Go.
ahead. Okay. Hi, everybody. Sean Harrison again. My statement still stands. I want to work on not only understanding the system, but also being able to pass that information on to our members, so that, and not just, and I've not mentioned specifically auditors, but to everybody. I know our responsibility in Unit 1 will be to our Unit 1 associates, but I think we need to get that out to everybody, and otherwise we can build up our membership. And I thank everybody for what they've done, and I look forward to being able to learn and also, again, serve overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Ricky Bradley.
Ricky, are you ready?
Yes.
Go.
Okay, my original statement stands. I did forget to say that I have served as in my DLC in various positions besides the DBER. I was also secretary as well as treasurer. And I just wanted to say I agree with what Kevin said. I know that there are a lot of people who have already decided due to campaigning or whatever who they were going to vote for. But for those who haven't decided, I do hope that you give some of the new people and new voices a chance. And I just ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
You ready, Troy?
I'm always ready. Thank you.
Okay, go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. One of the things that resonated with me that Kevin said is membership. That, I'm an IT worker and we represent more than 8,500 IT workers in the state of California, and our membership is very low. There's a lot of techniques to communicate with people. And I think Kevin may have alluded to the fact that he's interested in bringing that kind of communication style and technique forward in order to build membership. Those are things that we can leverage. But as we move this team forward, I'm going to remind everybody again that our lead negotiator is Richard Lewis Brown. And we're going to have to be able to work with Richard. And I can be a thorn under the saddle. Richard will ride comfortably through this process if we're not getting what we need to have to get done with our bargaining team. I've picked certain things during bargaining that I stand strong on and exercise that right every time the subject comes up to do what's right for our members or get the discussion going so that we can have an open discussion and make sure that the action we take, that the reaction that we're going to receive from that is well thought out strategy That's where I come in. Strategist. I think about the outcome as we enter a decision. Begin with the end in mind. You heard me say that. It's a very important concept that a lot of people don't do. And you can do this with a lot of different things. I do it for my work, for my projects. I always begin with the end in mind. What's this going to look like? I encourage you to do that today.
Time.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Troy. The next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Polly Coughlin.
Hi, Polly, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, go.
Hi, everyone. Once again, I'm running for a position on the bargaining team. I am eager to do this work. I have, again, worked for the state for 27 years, and I've been a steward since August. I applied to be a steward over a year and a half ago, but the program was frozen. So I'm real excited to be able to participate today and be a part of DLC 784 and be a DBER. We have a lot of work to do. The nature of our work has changed with the pandemic, and with us, a lot of us are teleworking. Some are, some aren't. Departments are kind of trying to do things differently, and I do feel we need a very strong contract. I am eager to fight for all of us, for union paying members and non-union paying members. And I want to make it where we are such an incredible union that people are going to want to sign up to be a part of us, because we're going to deliver on a lot of things. Because I have heard a lot of favoritism going on with teleworking and kind of punishing people who, by bringing them back into the office if the manager feels like it. So again, I'm going to just say that we do have a lot of work to do. I'm eager and I'm excited, and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. And then the final candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Valerie Brooks.
Hi again. My name is Valerie. I am in.
Wait 1 minute. Hold on. Are you ready?
Sorry.
All right, go.
Thanks, Misha. I'm sorry. Hi again. My name is Valerie Brooks. I am a DBER in 790 at the Department of Technology in Rancho Cordova. And my statements stand, but I just wanted to hit on what Polly said too. Working in the MRC and representing people all over the state of California, the biggest complaint was teleworking, which our contract doesn't have anything to help everyone. And like she said, I heard that, departments are going on it on their own. Some are being able to telework, some are not. It depends on the manager and who they like and whatever. And I think a strong contract would say, it's even across the board. Everyone should have a fair shake at telework, and it should not be if they like you or they don't, or they punish you, or, so I think that's what a contract should be. And I think that's for every bargaining unit, not just for 1 or 4 or whatever. So, and I agree too, let's get in some new thoughts, new people. I know everyone has their person they like and whatever, but it's always good to have a new voice, a new idea, especially when we're dealing with the state and contracting. And I really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Just before we launch the poll, one of our participants has arrived for the first time, so I want to verify on roll call that they are present so that we can make sure we have the right number of voting folks. So if I could please get Chike Udamezue, I apologize if I mispronounced that. If you could turn on your camera and verbally let us know that you're present. I see that you're in the room. I'm going to ask you to unmute so that you can verbally let us know that you're present. Here we go.
let them know that you are present.
Chike Udemezwe here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I see your
Thank you.
face. Thank you. Okay. So with that additional participant, there are 48 eligible voters. At this time, we will be opening up the poll, so please launch the poll. Most participants have voted. We will be leaving this up for an additional 15 seconds to give the last couple of folks the opportunity. You do have the option to abstain, but I don't want to close it early if folks are just looking for the button. All right. At this time, we will be closing the poll. The winner for this position is Paul Garong. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please pull the results off screen. Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, we will be opening up nominations for the BUNC member position for the DBER within the coastal regions. As a reminder, the eligible DBERs must come from these DLCs: 741, 742, 743, 744, 746, 747, 749, 750, 751, and 752. So at this time, we will open up nominations. I will call on people in order of raised hands. Okay. First hand raised is James Zoas. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Catherine Stockton.
Okay.
Thank you so much, James, but I decline the nomination.
Thank you, Catherine. The next hand we have is Valerie Brooks.
I have a question.
Yes.
We all can vote though, right? We
Yes.
Can't. Okay, that's what I want. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the nominations are open for coastal DBER BUNC position. Susan, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate John Moore.
Okay, John Moore. Thank you. Other nominations for coastal DBER? Are there any other nominations for coastal DBER? This will be the final call for nominations for coastal DBER. All right, at this time, seeing no other nominations and only having one candidate for this position, because there are no other nominations, John?
I didn't mean to cut you off early, Eloise. I was just going to say thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, because there are no other nominations for the Coastal Deber Bunk position, and because we only have a single candidate running, that means that John Moore will be declared the winner of the election for the Coastal Deber position on the bunk. Okay. At this time, we will be opening the nomination for the bunk member Deber from the Southeast region, which comes from the following DLCs: DLC 701, 702, 703, 704, 705, and 710. So we will be opening up nominations for the bunk position for the Southeast Deber. All right, I will go in order of raised hands. So first I have James Zoas.
Yes, Eloise. I'd like to nominate Jean Collier.
Okay. Thank you, James. I'll go ahead and lower your hand. The next hand I have is Angela Williams. And you're still muted, Angela, so unmute yourself, please.
I would like to nominate myself, Angela Williams, please.
She's on the updated list. Thank you, Angela. Okay. Take down the hand. The next hand that I have, or I had, was Joyce Wheeler Owens. Joyce, did you have a nomination to put forward?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. All right. Are there any other nominations for the bunk position for a Deber in the Southeast DLCs? Any additional nominations for the bunk member Deber position from the Southeast DLCs? All right, I'm going to do one final call for nominations for candidates for Deber position from the Southeast DLCs. Okay. At this time, we will move to the candidate statements. So the first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Jean Collier.
Jean, are you ready?
She's still on mute, so 1 second. As soon as we get her unmuted. Let's see. So we're just verifying. So Jean, you don't have to turn your camera on if it means we're not going to be able to hear you. She just dropped off. So here's what we're going to do. I know that she sometimes has connectivity issues, so we are going to have Angela give her candidate statement as we try to get Jean back on. So Angela?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
Go.
My name is Angela Williams. ED I have worked ED for the past 2 years. I have been a steward. I have worked for the state overall for the past 32 years. I started off at DMV. I am a role model. I'm a leader. I will help any and everyone that asks for help. I take my time. I have done 3 different meet and confers, so I know what they consist of. I stand up for my members' rights, not stand down. I will not stand by my members get over or rolled, or I will take my member, non-member as well. I would like this opportunity time out to be not to be selected for 3, and I will do a phenomenal job. I will work very hard for non-members and members. I am not afraid to stand up for those who cannot speak for themselves. I will not just sit down and be quiet and let others speak for me. I will hear my members, non-members. I will hear everyone. I will take the time to do my job. I'm not afraid to speak up. I'm afraid to stand up. I do either. Time I was and stand up for what's right for myself. Thank you very much for the time that I've given me. I appreciate it. Please elect me.
Thank you. So I know that that cut off a little bit, Angela. I'm not sure how folks could hear you, so we may have you try again. Carolyn, go ahead.
I have a notification from Janine that her Wi-Fi died. I mean, from Jean, sorry. That her Wi-Fi died, so she's trying to get back on with you guys as well. I know Angela also had some connectivity issues. It was hard to hear her.
Okay. I appreciate the update, Carolyn. Let me see. I think that in the interest of fairness, I'd like to give Angela the opportunity to give her statement again because a lot of it was lost.
Okay.
And one thing before you start that sometimes helps with connectivity, it may help to turn off your camera, but leave your sound on. That may keep you from cutting out quite as much.
Okay. Let's see. Give me just 1 second, please.
Absolutely. We took care of it. Thank you.
Sound. Okay.
I'm back.
Are you ready, Angela?
Okay. Yes, I'm ready.
All right, Miss Angela, go.
My name is Angela Williams. I am from DLC 703. I am currently a DBER. I have been a steward for the last 10 years. I have been I work for my members. I work hard for my members and non-members. I believe in fairness. I believe in standing up for what's right. I don't believe in rolling over and standing around and watching to see what's going to happen, but I do believe in action. I also took out the time to notify everyone about the meeting confers that we were just recently told about from our EDA in 857, and I shared it with all the other stewards in other EDD offices so that they will be aware. So I am very much aware of the need for communication amongst each other and with other members and non-members as well. I am into building our leadership, building our stewardship, building up each other, and understanding that it takes one body to make a successful union. And that is my goal. When we went on strike a few years ago, I was the first person to walk out, to be a leader, to show them that I was not afraid to stand up for each other's rights. So hoping that you guys will select me as your new DBER for this position. I will not let you down. I will not sit down. I will always stand. I will always fight, and I will fight hard for you. I will not run away. I will not get scared. The state of California does not scare me, but I do believe in fighting for fairness and what's right for our members and non-members alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. That was much clearer, and I think everybody heard your whole statement. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement for the BUNC member DBER position for Southeast is Jean Collier. Jean, I know that you may be having some connectivity issues.
Yes, I'm okay now, I think.
Yeah, so you can either keep your camera on or turn it off, depending on what you think the sound will be better. We can see your face and we know that it's you. And you can let Mish know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Go.
Hi, my name is Jean Collier. I'm a Deber working out of Caltrans San Bernardino. I'm associate right-of-way agent. The reason I'm want to be on the bunk is because I've done some. You can't hear me?
We can hear you, but if you're not speaking, if you could please mute yourself because there was just a little bit of crosstalk. So why don't we go ahead and have you start over again so we can make sure that everyone can hear your entire statement.
All right, let me start the clock over. Okay, I'm ready.
Hi, my name is Jean Collier. I work at Caltrans as an associate right-of-way agent. The reason I want to be on the bunk is I have passion for it, and the teams I worked on before, I've done Skelly's. I've also sat on a committee with Cal HR on a team to look at accessibility. I was also on the accessibility committee, and SEIU was the only union asked to sit at this meeting on this team. And my biggest accomplishment I'm so proud of, because of my input, supervisors now have to have annual training. Before they only had to be trained for once they got the job, and they could be a supervisor for 30 years. So now supervisors have to have annual training in ADA, EEO, and our MOUs. And I'm very proud of that, and very proud of have that opportunity representing the accessibility committee. Also, we had now every webpage has to be accessible. So those are the things I'm interested in, and those I like to fight for the underdog myself. Many people know that I can be stubborn when I see something I think should be right. So with that, I ask for your vote, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Jean. Now that both candidates have had the opportunity to make a statement, at this time, we will go ahead and open up the poll for voting.
Eloise, I think you're on mute.
Actually, I think she fell off. Yeah, I'm gonna say I think we lost her.
Yeah, we need the host back, it seems like.
Yep, she's gone.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston is here.
Well, then you better fix it quick.
That's funny.
Unit 17 is having a major problem.
So we are back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yay.
Yes. Okay, hold on. We're going to repin Lindy as well. Lindy, can you turn your camera on real quick, please? There she is. Okay. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Peter, go ahead.
Is this maybe a good spot for a 10-minute break or so?
So we can do a 10-minute break. I will
How
give you
many
a.
are, how many
I
are
will-
left? Sorry.
That's what I was about to say. So I had a plan. We have 4 more bunk positions for Devers. And my plan was to get us through those 4 positions and then take a longer break to facilitate some lunch before we come back. Is that something that, do we have other options? Susan, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
I just want, we lost you. You weren't able to make the we didn't hear you verbally make the announcement.
Okay.
The last race. We did see the screen sharing and then all of a sudden you dropped off and came back on. I mean, we could do the next 4, but I'm wondering if maybe we just do smaller breaks. I don't know. I have,
Okay.
12:49, so I'm just trying to think of time today and people's other commitments this evening.
Right. So in terms of the verbal announcement, and I apologize that there was a technical glitch. The verbal announcement is that the winner is, for that position, was Jean Collier. And then the question for the team is whether we want to try and facilitate shorter breaks or whether we want to get through these last 4 bunk Deber positions before taking a 20-ish minute break for people to address physical needs and get lunch if they need.
Yes.
Brenda, your hand's up. Go ahead. You're also still on mute, Brenda. There we go.
That's what I was trying to find.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Let's get through the D-Burrs and then take a longer break and then come back because the C-Burrs won't take long.
Okay. So that is the proposed schedule. I think we should be able to do it quickly. The longer break will be no longer than about 20 or 25 minutes. We do want to make sure that we are thinking of people's time. But I also want to make sure if there's people who need to get something to eat, they can. Vincent, go ahead.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe a 30-minute break for health reasons.
Okay.
30.
Okay, it would be 30 at the outset, but I think that should help folks who need that. But I would like to see if we can get our last 4 bunk Deber positions. Okay. So now that you can hear me and see me, and both of my interpreters are pinned, I will go ahead and open up the nominations for bunk member Deber for the Southwest. The eligible DLCs for the Southwest are 706, 721, 723, 724, 725, and 727. We will be electing 1 position from the Southwest DLCs for a Deber position on the bunk. I will call on folks in the order I see hands raised. The first hand I have is Angela Williams. Angela, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that we only had the 1 position for Deber for 703 for Southeast. So I'm taking my hand down.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And as a reminder, there are 2 positions for any DLC statewide. So the next hand I have up for nominations is Mike Ramos. Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to nominate Carolyn Lewis.
Okay. Thank you.
I accept your nomination. Thank you.
All right. I see another hand. So the next hand I have up for nominations is Dahlia Jaramillo. Go ahead, Dahlia.
Hi, my name is Dalia Jaramillo, and I would like to run for the position as well.
All right.
and I'm with DLC 721.
Thank you, Dahlia. Are there any other nominations for the bunk member for a DBER from the Southwest DLCs? Do we have any other nominations for the position on the bunk for a DBER from the Southwest DLCs? All right, this will be the final call for any other nominations for the DBER position on the bunk for the Southwest
Well,
DLCs.
trick or treat later on, Mija, okay? I'm going to be on right now. Shh.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised or nominations being put forth, at this time, we'll move on to candidate statements. Oh, go ahead, Lynn.
Hi. I'm hearing a lot of cross noise in the background.
Yeah, so we've asked folks to mute. I'm trying to mute anyone who's open as I see it. If at any point we get to a point where we cannot move forward, I'm going to go ahead and mute everyone as a reset. And right now, I'm the only one unmuted, so hopefully that'll address the crosstalk. All right. Seeing no other nominations for the bunk position for a DBER from a Southwest DLC, we're going to move on to candidate statements. The first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Carolyn Lewis.
I'm ready.
Go.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Carolyn Lewis. I'm asking for your vote to represent state workers to ensure a Great Next contract. I work for the Department of Industrial Relations Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, have been a steward for 4 years, and have experience working previously on the bargaining team to negotiate a contract and 2 side letter agreements. This has gained me experience and wisdom, which I was able to apply to working on a team implementing Article 5.17.1 language regarding recruitment and retention in our bargaining unit. Vote for me, Carolyn Lewis, as your next bargaining representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Dahlia Jaramillo.
Dahlia, are you ready? Yes, I am. Go. Thank you, everyone. My name is Dahlia Jaramillo. I am new to the DBER or to the bargaining SBAC, but I am a longtime union member. I've been a member since 1992. I've been a steward since 2005. I work in downtown LA for Caltrans, and like Jean, I am also a right-of-way agent, an associate right-of-way agent. I live in the greater East LA area. As I said, I'm a longtime state worker, the child of a state worker and a truck driver. And upon reflection, as a child, I saw how when parents have good, secure, especially union jobs, they are able to better provide for their families. I'm running for our members, for our coworkers and their kids. I've been a member since about 1992 when my steward at the time, Billy Cooper, signed me up. And I've been a steward since 2005 after my steward, Mr. Wright, chewed up and spit out a bullying supervisor who ultimately went back. When I saw the power that a steward has when defending our contract, particularly the dignity clause, it made me want to do that magic too. And so I signed up, and since January 30th, I've been a steward. I know that negotiating with the public is very different than negotiating with CalHR, but I am up to the task. I represent our members at their work sites, and I've represented our local at work, at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dahlia. So at this time, now that both candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will be moving forward with the voting. So please open the poll. We'll hold the poll open for 20 more seconds to allow for the last few eligible folks to have an opportunity to make their vote. All right. At this time, we will be ending the poll. The winner of this position is Carolyn Lewis. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. All right. At this time, we will be opening nominations for a DBER BUNC position for the central DLCs. Eligible DLCs for this position are 707, 726, 729, 770, 771, and 772. Nominations are open for the BUNC DBER position from the central DLCs. I will call on people in the hand order I see on screen. So first is James Zoas. James, go ahead. You're on mute.
Somebody else is going to nominate the person. I'll back off.
Okay, thank you, James. The next hand I have is Patrick Swift. Go ahead, Patrick.
I nominate myself, Patrick Swift, DOC 725.
Okay. So 725 was in the southwest area. You're marked as 772. Does that track?
I'm sorry, I meant DOC 772. I used to be in 725. I'm in 772. Sorry
It
about
happens.
that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to verify. Thank you, Patrick. Oh, all right. The next hand I have is Marshall Stewart. If your hand was previously up, put it back up. I think I took Patrick's down, but I want to verify. Okay, good. I have it verified. Thank you, Marshall. Please go ahead. And you're still on mute. There we go.
I nominate Karen Duvall.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Karen Duvall. Just making sure my tech folks have the right names. So, all right. Thank you, Marshall. The next hand I have is Cheryl Butters. Cheryl, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. Any other nominations for the BUNC position for a DBER from the central DLCs? I'm going to do a second call. Additional nominations for the BUNC member, DBER, from the central DLCs. All right, this is the final call for nominations for the BUNC member Deber from the Central DLCs. Okay. Seeing no other hands for nominations, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with an opportunity to make a statement for this position is Karen Duvall.
Are you ready, Karen?
Yes.
Go.
Hi, I'm Karen Duvall. I work in CDCR. I am going to bring my experience and my institutional knowledge to be a representative on the bargaining team. I have 41 years in state working for the state, and being a union member, I've gathered information from and for my coworkers across the state, and being a representative at the work site and in my DLC. I have seen what other union leaders have fought for all of us in the past years. And I want to step up into this leadership role and fight to keep our secure benefits and pensions. I have, in 05, I've had organized my classification up to over 90%. It's a continuous effort to do that. And I request and asking for your vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Patrick Swift.
I wasn't expecting.
Are you ready, Patrick?
I'm ready.
Go.
Hi, I'm Patrick Swift with DLC 772 in the Fresno region. I've been a steward for about 15 years. Used to be with State Compensation Insurance Fund. Now I'm with the Employment Development Department in the paid family leave section. I've also been on the bargaining team. I've attended SBACs in the past. And I just asked for support. I want to support the members and Richard Brown, our president. And I want to strengthen the bargaining team and be a spokesperson for my members and for the entire unit and the other units out there. And I will do my best and attend all meetings and be a force for the union. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Patrick. And the final candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Cheryl Butters.
Cheryl, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
Most of you don't know me, but my name is Cheryl Butters, DLC 707, and I work for CDCR. I'm a new DBER since July, and I am running for BUNC because it is very evident that we need change. Since July, I've worked hard to help organize and unite the correctional case records analysts in their fight for a fair salary increase that has been going on for many years. I recently implemented and carried out a plan which included visiting every one of the 43 CCRA work sites in the state in person and with our team. And what we heard over and over from the CCRAs and many other classifications is that they don't feel like they have a union presence. And they don't know the DBERs, let alone those that negotiate on their behalf. How can that be? I truly believe this has to change. They have to know us and us know them. And we wonder why so many choose not to be dues-paying members. They don't feel represented. How can the BUNC negotiate for those they say they are representing when they never communicate with those they represent? We need people on the BUNC whose hearts and motives are to serve our state workers. A DBER on the BUNC can have knowledge and experience, but if they are not reaching out and communicating with the represented employees, how can they possibly be negotiating effectively on their behalf? The BUNC can't negotiate effectively by what they think our represented employees need. The BUNC has to know what they want, and the BUNC has to know them to know. And so I reiterate my promise to our represented employees that I will continue to reach out, serve, and represent them. And if elected to the BUNC, I promise to negotiate on their behalf with all my heart. Thank you for considering me.
Thank you, Cheryl. Now that all three candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will move to the voting. So please launch the poll. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to give the last few eligible voters the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner of this position is Karen Duvall. Please share the results. Thank you. Please stop screen sharing. And at this time, we will open up nominations for bunk member for a DBER position at any DLC statewide. So this is for any DLC statewide. Again, I will field nominations in the order the hands go up. So the first hand that I have up is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I'd like to nominate Mike Ramos.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Angela Williams. Go ahead, Angela.
I would like to nominate myself, please.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Barbara Alves. Go ahead, Barbara.
I'd like to nominate Kevin Menninger.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Troy Phillips. Go ahead, Troy.
Good afternoon. I would like to self-nominate myself.
Nominate yourself. Thank you, Troy. The next hand that I have is Marshall Stewart.
I nominate Cheryl Butters.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Valerie Brooks. Go ahead, Valerie.
I nominate myself.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Joyce Wheeler Owens. Go ahead, Joyce. You're on mute still.
Start. Really?
I can hear you.
Thank you. I nominate Brenda Motkins.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the bunk member DBER statewide from any DLC? And as a reminder, we'll be running a bunk member DBER position twice. This is the first of two. Any other nominations for bunk member DBER statewide? And this is the final call for nominations for bunk member DBER statewide. All right, Seeing no other hands or nominations, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Mike Ramos.
Mike, let me know when you're ready.
I am ready. Just give me the green light.
Go.
Good afternoon, Deebers and Seabers. I am Mike Ramos. I am an employee of the California State Lottery with my job title of District Sales Rep. Our mission statement is to raise supplemental funding for public education. I am constantly in contact with the public, retailers, and my agency in order to accomplish this mission. That being said, I do bring 3 traits that I believe will help me on this team. I am high energy, I have a positive mindset, and I'm very open-minded. I use these traits to unify my stewards statewide. This has yielded us JLMCs, meet and confers, and positive policy changes that has affected my agency. I have then also taken that mindset with those traits to my DLC, where I've served as treasurer and now Deber. We are highly interactive. We are in constant communication with our members and non-members alike. We are there to serve them, get them answers, and help them have direction. That being said, I am Mike Ramos. I'm here for all classifications in this unit, and I'm here to help. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Angela Williams.
Angela, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, go.
My name is Angela Williams. I am from Redlands 857. And what I would like to say is the last contract we had was absolutely horrible. And by re-electing the same people, we will get the same results. We don't need anyone that's going to bend to the state and give them what they want. We need someone that's going to stand up for us, our rights, and give and take what's rightfully ours. We're constantly being taken from our checks, things. Every time something goes wrong with the state, they take from us, the state workers, and we work hard for our families. We work hard for our money. You know, I've been part of the JLMC. I was head of our JLMC in my office. I was in 2 different meeting confers directly. And within that process, I understood the importance of being in leadership, because if you're not, they will just take full advantage of us as the workers. We need someone that's going to stand tall for each of us and work for us as members and non-members alike. Please vote for me. Give me the opportunity. Give me the chance to show you who I am, that I work for you and not for the state of California, as far as our rights are concerned and our benefits for the state of California. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Kevin Menninger.
Kevin, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
So we meet again. Again, my name is still Kevin Menninger. Some things that have been covered before. First, I want to point out all these people running. Everyone make sure that the winner declared actually has 50%. It's going to probably take a couple of runoffs. That's okay. So we have some experienced people here. And as been pointed out, we have them representing what we've gotten before. If you want more of the same, then we know how to go. If you want to try something new, well, then you need to try a new voice. I feel I'm in a unique position in that I have the experience of past negotiating. I've negotiated 2 different contracts. I've been on JLMCs. I've been in negotiating, and I've been working a contract for a long time. But I'm also always been that outside voice, as anyone who's followed me on Facebook or here can tell, that I don't always go along with the mainstream. Doesn't mean I'm against them. I have a different point of view, a different way of achieving what our goals are. Our goals are all the same. We want a strong union, member-driven, member-led, and with that leverage at the table. The difference is in how we get there. It's very easy for us in this bubble of SBAC and any union-related thing to see that what we're about and how good it is and how strong we should be. The problem is that does not translate out into the field. The membership at large is disconnected from their union. And this is sadly our fault. We haven't found a way to meet them where they're at, engage them, and bring them on board. Many times I've heard of stewards berating non-members, trying to get them on. You're freeloaders. You're just, getting all this stuff and you don't put anything in. That's not the way to win people over. We have to make it easy for them to say yes, easy for them to join us, easy for them to see that our strength, like it's been demonstrated across the country this last year, the strength of the worker is rising, but only when we come together. Congratulations to those 2 Starbucks stores and the other organizing efforts that are out there. We need to thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Troy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you again and promote myself for the district bargaining unit representative for statewide. You've heard us mention that, we need a breath of fresh air on our team. And we're going to go back to what I said in the beginning. We need people who can work with Richard, our chief negotiator. I'm noticing a pattern, excuse me, I'm noticing a pattern on the slate that we have running that's winning every particular slot. And that is that, these are people that would have attended, possibly attended that meeting against Richard. I was against that meeting. I'm still against that meeting. And I can work with Richard Lewis Brown. I've been able to work in very difficult situations in the past in my job and personal life. Richard, I look at him as no different than anybody else. And being able to work with a chief negotiator is a strong point. Being at odds before we even start down the road to bargain with our chief negotiator is nowhere to start, okay? I'm telling you right now, I can smooth things out. I can be the burr under the saddle if I need to. You need folks like me on the bargaining team. I know I'm OG, I've been there before, but you got a lot of other people on the team that are the same. We bring something because we've been there before to the table. I wanna thank you for your time and ask you again for your vote for DBER for statewide. I yield my time.
Thank you, Troy. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Cheryl Butters.
Cheryl, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
So I stand by what I said before, even though that was all written out and this isn't. So what I just want to share with you guys is what I experienced. In fact, with what Troy just talked about, this slate and this group, I don't even know who you are, and I don't know who the slate is, because that's in my inexperience. I don't know you and you don't know me, but what I saw when I visited all those work sites where our representative employees are forgotten. Somehow, the DBERs, the people within the union are amongst themselves, and they're not out there with the membership. And regardless of the election, I just hope that people will see that and get out there and start, like Kevin says, engaging the membership. It's the membership that we're supposed to be here for, not for ourselves, not for our own agenda, not because we want this position. I saw a need and it encouraged me to become a DBER, and I went out, I implemented a plan, I got out there and did something that the previous BUNC said that it takes 6 months to a year to do, to plan it. It took me 3 weeks to plan it and 5 weeks to do it. So that's the kind of mindset that's in here right now. And we have to stop. We need people that will get up, stand up, get out there and talk to our members and find out what they want and represent them instead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Valerie Brooks.
Are you ready, Valerie?
I am ready.
Go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Valerie Brooks, and I'm a DBER from DLC 790. And what I think we all have in common is better wages and benefits, better working conditions. And that to make sure that that is applied across the board. I will work with all DLC presidents to make sure that members are heard, and I am working for members. If you vote for me, I promise you, I will work for everyone, not just for Devers and DLC, my DLC, but for every member. So please give me a chance. Yes, I am new. This is my first SBAC, but I'm not new to negotiations. I'm not new to the state. I've been a federal employee for 15 years, and I were a steward then, and I came to the state, and I'm a steward now. So I appreciate your vote, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. And the final candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Brenda Modkins.
Are you ready?
Hi, I want to say hi to Misha. I haven't seen her in years. So hi, Misha.
Yeah,
Let
how
me
are
know when you're ready.
All right. All right. When you're ready, go girl.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brenda Modkins. I work for the department. I'm going to be short because I know people want to get to lunch and stuff. I work for the Department of Justice as a senior legal analyst, which is basically a paralegal. I work with attorneys defending CDCR employees against inmate lawsuits. I've been a member for 19 years. I work for all represented people and fiercely guide and represent them no matter what unit they're in, even if they're not in the local 1000 unit. I represent them in whatever department they're in, and I represent them in whatever classification they're in. I started as a legal secretary, and I've worked my way up to being a paralegal, and I'm very proud of that. I understand where our members are, what they want, what they need. And the most important thing I want to say is people want to lament about how bad the contract is and everything, but understand there are provisions in that contract that have been in there for years. And regardless, you need to understand the history, because trust me, there are parts of that contract I do not agree with. But anyway, thank you. Thank you for your time. Welcome to the new people, and you have a lot to learn and having real and difficult conversations with your members. And thank you for your time, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Brenda. Now that all candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, at this time, we will go ahead and move to the voting. Please open the poll. We will leave this open for another 20 seconds to give folks the opportunity to get their vote in. Barbara Alves, your hand is up. Is your concern you are unable to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Were there other folks who were unable to vote? I saw people drop off. What I'm going to do is we are going to restart this same poll with the opportunity to re-vote for everybody. So the current results are going to be overridden. Please restart the poll.
Thank you.
We will hold the poll open for 20 more seconds to ensure everybody eligible has the opportunity to vote. All right, at this time, we will close the poll. We have a clear candidate with the most votes, with Michael Ramos with 20 out of 47. The next highest candidate vote total is Brenda Modkins with 9 out of 47. I will have them share the results on screen, and then I will address the 2 raised hands. All right, please stop the screen share. And I'm going to address the 2 raised hands. The first hand that I saw up is Denise Quinn Allen. Go ahead, Denise.
Yes, thank you. I see Barbara Alves twice in the participants list. I see that name twice.
Thank you for the flag. I can verify there were fewer votes than the eligible number, but you are correct. We do need to have just 1. So, Barbara, I need to remove one of the devices. And then at that point, because we just need to verify, we will rerun the vote. And Barbara, is there a device that works better that you can remove yourself, or else I just have to guess? Okay. So Barbara, I'm going to have to guess which of these devices, because I can't have you on 2 devices in the same time. So in that case, just to verify, in the interest of making sure that we have the full count up, I am going to rerun this vote. I do see, Kevin, your hand is still up. Do you want to address your concern now or before we, or after we rerun the vote?
Now, please.
Okay.
You stated that the winner had 20 out of 46 votes. Is that 46 votes or 46 available? Because if that's not 50%, we have to have 50% plus 1 to declare a winner, or we have a runoff.
So it's 47 total votes out of 48 eligible.
So the winner would have to have 24.
So if it is a full majority, the rules as I have them, all it says is won by majority of votes cast.
Yes, not a plurality. There's another word for winning with less than a full majority.
Yep.
And that's not used.
Okay, so if you can give me 1 second to see if I can get clarity before we rerun the vote so we can walk in with that. I'm gonna see if I'm able to get any clarification on that. So give me just 1 second. Before I do that though, Peter from our election committee, go ahead.
I'm being told, but if you could please verify on break or whenever, that it's the simple majority. So it's just the person with the most votes. So we need to make sure of that one way or the other. Before we start running
Okay.
more elections. I'm not
So-
sure who to verify, but go ahead.
Yeah, that was my understanding also, is whomever has the most votes. Let me see what verification I can get. In the interest of time, I suggest that if the team is okay with it, that this is when we take a 30-minute break. And then when we return, we will go exactly to the same candidate slate that we had prior. Okay. So right now, it is 1:37 p.m. We will resume this, we will resume this election at 2:07. Please make sure that you are back. Kevin, you'll have the last word before we send out.
As you research this, I'd like to direct you to the statewide bargain advisory, the special rules for SBAC, election of the BUNC, section 4, 4.3, no, 4.3 something. It says, it talks about there being a runoff, and you get rid of the lowest number and you have a runoff again. So that speaks to there needing to be a true majority, not a plurality. It's in the special rules.
I will verify while we're on our break.
Okay.
So it is 1:38. We will resume the election process at 12:08. Please make sure that you are back and listening. I will resume at 2:08. Sorry, I also am hungry. I will resume at 2:08 regardless. So please make sure that you are back in and ready to participate. We also request that during this time, you stay logged in, but you turn off your camera and you go on mute. If you anticipate you will be kicked off, please start logging back in at 2 p.m. So we will resume at 2:08. And if you anticipate any connectivity issues, please log back in no later than 2. All right. Thank you, and we will see you in 30 minutes.
Hey, Eloise.
Hey, folks. Eloise stepped out for a second. She'll be back in a few minutes. Okay.
Oh, okay. This is Ricky. I logged in from a second device because I had to leave.
Okay.
But so if it's showing two, the other one you can log me out of.
Okay. Thank you, Ricky. We'll look into that. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Ricky, can I have you identify which device you're on so we can remove the other one?
I'm on the phone and I see my pictures on the phone. On the computer,
Okay.
I didn't see it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and remove the other one.
All right. Good afternoon, team. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Before we rerun the last vote that we did, I do have an answer regarding the need for runoffs. Out of an abundance of caution, we will do a runoff for any election where the person with the most votes does not have 50% of all of the votes. The way the runoff will be run is that the person with the lowest amount of votes will be dropped off, and then we will revote, and we will do that process until we have a candidate who has more than 50% of the available votes in their favor. So that is how we will be running this. Now, before we even get there, because there was some question as to whether all eligible voters had the opportunity, we are going to re-vote for the first BUNC DBER position statewide, for which we currently have 7 candidates. The candidates are, as just a reminder, and all of these folks have already given their statement, but the candidates are Mike Ramos, Angela Williams, Kevin Menninger, Troy Phillips, Cheryl Butters, Valerie Brooks, and Brenda Modkins. Because we have 7 candidates, you will need to scroll down on the poll to make sure that you see all of the names. So, as a reminder, the answer that we got was that if any candidate receives less than 50% of the available votes, that even if they have the highest number of votes, we will still go to a runoff. And the runoff procedure per the SBAC rules is for the bottom vote getter to drop off and rerun the election, and do that as many times as needed until the person with the most votes has more than 50% of the available votes. So that's going to be our process. Give me 1 second. Okay. So the first
I have a
thing that,
question.
okay, yeah, thank you. Who has a question?
Yeah,
Oh,
this is-
Vincent.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vincent.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on how things are going, because this is not what we discussed before. We talked about a simple majority vote when we first started the process. Now it's changing, and we're saying that if there is not 50 plus 1%, then there's a possibility of a runoff. So is that between if you only have 2 people, or is it more than 3, or how is that supposed to go?
So the runoff, what'll happen is the first revote, the candidate with the least amount of votes drops off, and the vote is revoted with the remaining candidates. And we follow that process until we have a candidate with the most votes that is also more than 50% of the available votes.
So
and that is,
so let's use an example. Maybe that'd be better, okay? And I'm going to pick on Kevin because I know Kevin, right? So if me and Kevin are actually vying for the same position, and Kevin gets 51%, or he gets 45%, I get 35%. Is that a runoff, or is it because there's only 2 of us, Kevin would actually be the winner?
so if there's only 2 people, then whoever has the most votes has the majority of votes cast.
Okay, so
where the runoff would happen is where there's multiple folks. So you have to have at least 3 candidates.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all I needed. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Before we get started, James, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Yes. Let's say you have one of the positions maybe had, I don't know, 7 people run for a slot. So now, and no one got the majority, 50 plus 1. So we're going to knock the lowest one off and then redo the vote. If
That is
any of the
correct.
remaining candidates on there wish to withdraw, may they?
I have no rules saying that a candidate cannot withdraw.
Thank you.
Candidates have the ability to withdraw.
Oh, sorry, I put my hand up again.
Yeah. Troy, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in the fourth race, when we selected Deber, when Paul won, there was 21 for the winner. Was that 50% of the total online at the time? Because
So
I
I
thought
would-
wasn't there 3 on that list?
There were quite a few folks on that list. There were actually 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 7. And so this would be something that can be brought up as a protest because I had to go and get the direction about what to do based upon the majority. I did not see the exact percentage. I can check it with my team.
I
47.
I bring
Okay.
this up.
Mhm.
I bring this up because I'm analytical and I can't let this pass by. If we're talking about it on this one, then I think there should be a fair review of the past elections just to make sure that we're in coherence with what we're doing for this vote. I think
Okay.
it would be unfair, and I don't know, it just seems a little, just to me, and I apologize if I'm out of order, but it just feels like to me that if we're going to do it for this here, we have to be fair and go back to the rest and just reconfirm that we've done what we've done. I understand there's a protest period, but I hate for it to be a protest when we're bringing it up during the process of election and only bringing it up now because there hasn't been a precedent set until this point for me to reference for the past votes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have a couple more hands. I'll take those questions and then I will see what direction I can get about things being raised while the election is still going to make sure that I'm following the best next steps. But I want to take the 2 questions that I have before I go and try and verify that information. So the next hand I have up is Sean Harrison. Go ahead.
Hi, so thank you. I have to agree that I don't think we should have to protest if this was something, and I'm kind of surprised because being new, I would expect those seasoned D-Bergs and C-Bergs to have caught this, but it should just been something that we realize now we weren't following correct policy as opposed to having to protest it. Thank you. I know this is probably new for you, definitely new for me, but again, I would have expect the old guard to have cleared that up. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, the next hand I have up is Beth Bartel. Go ahead, Beth.
Hi. So although this is my first foray into running for the bargaining team as a DBER, in the past I have assisted with elections. And I can tell you this issue has come up in the past. So I've been doing the role that Eloise and Olga are doing now. And this issue has come up and it is correct to somebody who is elected to the seat does have to have a simple majority and not what Kevin is calling a plurality. And that is although this question does come up, and I've helped with elections twice in the past, it doesn't seem to be translated to the folks facilitating the elections. So bravo to you with the information that you're provided, first of all. Secondly, we do need to have a simple majority, which is 50% plus 1 of the votes cast. So if there are 48 eligible voters and 47 votes the last time around, the person winning the seat would have to have 50% plus 1 of the majority of the votes cast. That is a simple majority. So the process of reducing, taking the lowest vote getter off each time is what I understood to be the solution in the past.
Thank you, Beth. The next hand I have is Harry Price. And as I said, I'm going to take care of the questions we have, and then I'm going to do a final verification just to make sure that we're fully on how it needs to go. So go ahead, Harry.
Okay, I don't have a question. I just wrote down the results for number 4, and for Paul, it was 21 of 45 votes. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. Paul, your hand is next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what Kevin and Troy has brought up. If a simple majority is what's needed, then let's go with that. Let's not make it complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last hand I have up before I go try and get a little bit more clarity is Vincent.
Thank you. So I'm just a little concerned because when we first started this at 10 o'clock this morning and you went through the rules, that was the first question that I asked was, what was a simple majority? And we all agreed that the simple majority would be the one that had the most votes would basically win. And if you're recording this, or have a recording of it, you can actually go back and play it. And this was the actual question that I asked. And so now we're going back and we're changing the rules of the election. That's not only a protest, and I'm not questioning whoever has won. I'm questioning the fact of the process and the procedures that are being changed in the middle of the election. That's what I'm doing. So for everybody that has won their seats, nothing against you about winning. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. But to turn around and say, now we're going to do something different, that's not in the spirit of an election in the way it's supposed to be ran. And I'm not sure if I'm making sense or not, but I'm just saying that I think that not only do we need clarity, but if it's changed, now we need to decide what we're going to do about this election, because that's not how we were running it to this point.
And I appreciate that, Vincent, and certainly the intention is not to change any of the election rules. What I did is I wanted to make sure that I was moving forward with a full understanding of the process, and that is why I sought clarity. As of right now, based on the results information that I have, the only position that has already been voted that did not have a simple majority, AKA 50% plus 1 for the winner, was that 4th bunk seat. So one of the things I'm trying to get clarity on is what the procedure should be while the elections are still going on, because I do know that folks have some concerns with that. As I mentioned, I went to seek clarity. I'm relying on the SBAC and BUNC rules that were adopted in 2018, because as we mentioned in the BUNC election rules, that anytime there is a contradiction between the BUNC election procedure and the SBAC rules control. And so I went ahead and got some clarity. But what I am going to do once I've answered these questions is determine that based upon that issue with seat number 4, we will have a best case determination of what to do to make sure that we are following the procedure. It is very unlikely that you will have to wait to protest it, but I just want to make sure that I am following exactly what needs to happen. While I've run elections with us, this is the first time I've run with Unit 1, which has unique rules. And I want to make sure we're following your unique rules to make sure that we are getting the proper procedure.
Right. And again, and this is for, everybody, in the room. I'm not, this is not a poor reflection on any of us, including Eloise, not at all. And if it's coming across that way, I apologize. I'm just saying that, we said one thing when we started, And now it seems like it slightly have changed. And so we just want to make sure that the integrity of our elections is maintained. That's all I'm saying, but thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Kevin, go ahead.
First of all, Vincent, I want to thank you for the accountability and oversight you're trying to provide here. I think we're all in favor of that. So thank you for that. So I'd like to clarify when that statement was made earlier this morning. I believe that is when I brought up a question and concern about potential runoffs. And it wasn't really addressed then, but basically like we will get to it when we need to, and that has happened now. And so I would direct us all to the special SBAC rules, section 4.3, paragraphs, sentences E and F. E, to be elected, a person must receive a majority of the votes cast. If you don't know what a majority versus plurality is, could it mean both in certain colloquialisms? Yes, but the policy file uses plurality when addressing statewide elections. So we know what the word plurality means. If they meant plurality, they would have said that here. It says majority. The second line says, if one person does not receive a majority of the votes cast, the person that received the lowest number of votes shall be removed and the votes be cast again. That clearly states the runoff procedure that we must follow. Now, whatever was said or understood before is, I understand we want to follow that, but this is what's written. These are the written rules we have to follow. And as Sister Beth pointed out before, she's seen this happen before. I've seen it happen before in previous bargaining unit 1 elections, where you have these take off the bottom and recast the same votes. Not new speeches, just revote again. So that's what the documentation says. And I appreciate this concern and oversight. The question is, I think, can we just resolve this here? Like after we do the statewide, go back to do Sacramento 4? Or do we have to go through the legalism of a protest to make it official? I don't know if we can decide that in this body or if there's an outside ruling on that. So good luck with that, Eloise.
I got some direction on that, actually.
Okay.
And what we will do is, because we are still in the active election procedure, my understanding is that we would just do a re-runoff vote for BUNC position 4, because there is not a need to wait until the end. That is the direction that I have received. So that is what we will do. What I would like to do is finish the revote we were about to do first, just because that poll is teed up, and then get over to our position 4. But what I also need to check on that list is if we have people on both of those lists. Because if we have people on both of those lists, you can't be running for 2 at a time. So we would need to go back and rerun election position 4 first, because that is the required order of the Unit 1 election. So I have to check to see who's on both lists, because we have a couple folks on both lists. Were there any other questions before I go and look at that list and make that determination of the order that we're doing it in? Okay. Please give me 1 second to just verify that the direction I have is the best next steps, but we don't see a need to move through a protest when we are still in the active election process. But I just want to verify, because again, I want to make sure that we're following this as best as possible. We want to make sure we have a free election or fair election. So give me just 1 second, please. I appreciate everybody's patience and grace because I do want to do this right. So here is how we are going to move forward in alignment with the SBAC rules and to ensure the integrity of the election. Because we actually had not fully run the first vote for the first statewide position, we are going to go back and we are going to perform a runoff for Sacramento Deber position number 4, because there are folks that are on both lists. And due to the order of the election, Sacramento Deber position number 4 has to come before the first statewide Deber position. Now, when looking at the results of that particular poll, there are 2 individuals that both got 1 vote each. Per the SBAC rules, we would then rerun the poll minus the lowest vote getter. In this case, it is 2 folks with 1 vote each. So what we would do, and I got to get my results in front of me. What we would then do is we will rerun the poll with Sean Harrison and Polly Coughlin dropping off as the lowest vote getters, both of whom have 1. And we would rerun the election with Paul Garong, Kevin Meninger, Ricky Bradley, Troy Phillips, and Valerie Brooks as candidates. When we rerun that, if we do not get anyone who gets 50% plus 1 votes, we will run the runoff again. So that will mean that we do not have to wait for a protest period, and we can get that taken care of. And then we will go back and redo the vote, the first round vote for the first BUNC position statewide Deber. So that is based upon the direction I've received and the review of the policy file. That is what I have been instructed to move forward with. This does mean we don't have to wait for the legality of a protest, but we do have to redo Sacramento Deber position 4 before we do the statewide position again. So at the moment, my team is preparing the runoff poll. Is it ready? Okay. Before we put the runoff poll, were there any final questions? Okay. All right. Okay, seeing no hands go up.
Eloise, if you're speaking, I'm not able to hear you. I don't know if I'm the only one, but the sound's dropped off.
Let me check.
I can hear
I
you.
can hear you, Eloise.
Can Lindy hear me?
Yes, I can hear, so you can go on.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you flagging that. So just as a recap, because I'm not sure where our interpreter dropped off, we will be rerunning the vote for the 4th Deber Sacramento BUNC position because it has to be run prior to the statewide and because there were multiple candidates who were on both lists and you cannot run for 2 positions at once. So we are going to go ahead and do a runoff vote for BUNC position, Deber Sacramento, the 4th one. And before I get to that, I do see I have a few questions. So Peter, go ahead.
I was going to say you have Ricky Bradley in the waiting room, but Ricky's also in there.
Exactly. That's why.
Never mind. Sorry.
One device. Appreciate it though. Good looking out. The next question I have is Troy Phillips. Go ahead, Troy.
Just real quick, do we have to know how many people were in when we voted on number 4 the first time, or does that matter? Just for clarification, so there's not a protest.
What it's based on is eligible folks to vote. There are 48 eligible voters. And so the problem comes up if we have any votes that have more than 48 eligible. If there are less than 48, we can move forward because people have the option to abstain. Thank you, Troy. All right. Vincent, go ahead.
Yeah, just one last question. So what the process that we're doing now, there can be no protest about it right here about what we're doing right now. Is that correct? Or can it still be, can we still file a protest against it?
I don't have any language saying that you cannot protest it. However, the idea of moving forward with this was following the SBAC rules and out of an abundance of caution, trying to give people as many opportunities as possible and not making folks wait on this part of the procedure.
So this would actually be the remedy that would be sought anyway. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Unless the protest is about something other than the plurality, unless it has to do with a different issue. But if the protest would be about the fact that the person who won did not have a full majority, this would have been the remedy that we would take.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
All right. I have Barbara Alves. Barbara, I have your hand up. Barbara, did you have a question you wanted to lift up? Okay, I will leave your hand up and get to the next one and verify with you when I get beyond, okay? But I'm going to leave your hand up, so I'll remember. The next hand I have is Denise.
Yes, this is kind of what I believe Troy was asking about, so I apologize if I'm reiterating. In the past, when we were doing the 4 vote, there were 45 votes cast, and typically there have been 47. Are we to assume that the difference of 2 or abstention, or have 2 people joined since the original votes were cast? Do we have a record of that?
So we do have a record of that. The number of eligible voters based upon 48 is based on the initial roll call and the last joining. And hold on a second, we have a little crosstalk. Okay, it's fixed. Was based on the initial roll call. There was nobody else that has joined since that would not be eligible to vote. So people are allowed to abstain, and we will assume abstentions. The issue becomes when we have, 50 votes cast and only 48 of you are eligible.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Barbara, your hand is still up. Barbara Alves, did you have something you wanted to lift up? Okay. I'll keep your hand up. Vincent, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for that. Just real quickly, is it possible that we can actually have this memorialized in some type of way? That way we know that it was a protest per se and that this was our remedy. And then that way all minds are clear and we're pretty much going the way that it should be.
Memorialized beyond the recording?
However, just as long as we have some type of record that this is what's happened and this was our remedy, so that it can't be done twice. Does that make sense?
It does make sense because this is being recorded. I think that should capture it.
Okay, all right, very good. Then I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. before we start our runoff vote for Sacramento Deber bunk member number 4, this is the last call for any questions before we start that runoff vote. Okay. That's her second. Okay. I appreciate folks working with us on this and flagging it to make sure that we have the fairest election possible. So at this time, we will be performing the runoff vote for bunk position 4 for Sacramento Deber. So please please put up the poll. Thank you. We are going to leave the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. Thank you. I'm extremely happy to have Olga here because this is the third time I just tried to speak to you on mute. So now that we're off mute, at this time, we will be closing the poll. At this time, we have a winner of Paul Garong with 26 votes. Please share the results. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. All right. Team, I appreciate us working through that to make sure that we're following the procedure. So at this time, because that does not impact any of the folks who were nominated for the bunk member Deber statewide. Let me just make sure. Okay, that's the only one. Sorry, I have somebody I'm trying to get in and making sure is only in once. Okay. So now that we've had the opportunity to conduct the runoff for bunk member Deber Sacramento position 4, we will be getting ready to carry out the initial election for bunk member Deber statewide. I see I have a question in the queue, so I'll call on her, and then I will remind everyone the candidates for bunk member Deber statewide. Barbara.
Eloise, I responded to you when I had my hand up earlier. You could not hear me. I could not hear you. So I was not able to vote. I dropped off again, so I was not able to vote for the number 4 position for Deber for Sacramento.
Okay. So,
and I did not see the poll results.
All right. We have the ability to run it again. Again, I am trying to do my best in terms of transparency. So now that we are on, I am going to rerun that vote because you were connected to one and could not participate. So I appreciate you flagging it. I can hear you now. In the interest of, in the interest of fairness, we will rerun one last time, now that folks are connected. Deber, Sacramento, bunk member number 4. So we will rerun that poll, and it's up. We will leave this open for an additional 20 seconds. Okay. At this time, we will close the poll. We have a winner with a majority in Paul Garong, who has 25 votes for 54%. Please share the results on screen.
Eloise, you're not sharing for some reason.
Yeah, can we pull that down and try it again?
Did we lose Eloise again?
Looks like it.
I think we did.
Eloise, are you on mute? We can see you but cannot hear you.
You couldn't hear me because I wasn't speaking because the interpreters weren't visible yet. So we're going to get the second interpreter spotlighted, and then we will move on.
Perfect.
Okay. Now I have both of my interpreters. So we will go ahead, and now we will vote on the bunk member, Deber, statewide.
There's a question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Brenda.
I think you want to share the screen because that's where we lost you before.
Thank you.
We didn't see the results first. But second of all, I want to say in the beginning, you said that connections would be lost. And I understand that. And if you're lost in the middle of a vote, you're lost in the middle of the vote. That's why I have 2 devices so that when my internet drops at home, I pull it up on my phone until my internet comes back up. It doesn't make sense because I don't want it to happen again where we're rerunning a vote that was not going to change because of one person.
Thank you. I appreciate the reminder. So let's go ahead and screen share the results. Thank you. Please take the screen share down. All right. So now we will go ahead, after much fanfare, and do the vote for the first statewide bunk position for all Debers. As a reminder, your candidates are Mike Ramos, Angela Williams, Kevin Menninger, Troy Phillips, Cheryl Butters, Valerie Brooks, and Brenda Modkins. Because there are a number of people running, you may need to scroll down to see all the names on the poll. At this time, we will go ahead and start the poll. We will leave this open for an additional 10 seconds to ensure everybody eligible has taken the opportunity to vote. Okay. At this time, we will close the poll. We do have an individual with the most votes, which is Mike Ramos. However, he only has 49% of the vote. So please share the results on screen, and then we will move to a runoff. Okay, please stop screen sharing. At this time, we will be moving to a runoff. Per the results, the person with the fewest votes will drop off the bottom. So in this case, we will be conducting the runoff with Valerie Brooks having dropped off. And we're going to give my folks just a second to get a runoff poll ready. At this time, the runoff poll is ready. So I will have them put that on screen and we will re-vote. Again, this is for the BUNC member, DBER statewide. Please launch the poll. All right, we're going to keep this open for 10 more seconds. All right, at this time, we will close the poll. And we do have a winner with the most votes and with more than 50% of the vote. So the winner for this position is Mike Ramos with 53% of the vote.
Eloise, can we see that again? It flashed off real quick. I didn't get to see it.
Absolutely. Can you please share the screen results?
Thank you.
All right, please stop sharing the screen. Okay, at this time, we will open up nominations for the second BUNC member DBER statewide position. I will go in order of hands that I see. So the first hand I have is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I'd like to nominate Sheila Byers.
Sheila, thank you. The next hand that I have is Marshall Stewart.
Cheryl Butters, please.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Angela Williams.
I would like to, please.
You cut out a little, but I believe I heard self-nominate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. The next hand I have is Sean Harrison.
I also will be self-nominating. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next hand that I have is Barbara Alves.
I'd like to nominate Kevin Manager.
Thank you. And the next hand that I have is Troy Phillips.
Thank you. I'd like to self-nominate myself.
Thank you, Troy. Are there any other nominations for the position of BUNC DBER statewide? Any other nominations for BUNC DBER statewide? So before we close nominations and move to candidate statements, we do have to reset one of our machines. So when I get the thumbs up, we will start with the candidate statements. We're working on the reset. They're verifying that everyone can hear me. We're good? Fantastic. Thank you very much for the grace. Doing elections on Zoom mean that when laptops decide that they're going to have a moment, we want to make sure that everyone can hear and everyone can see. So at this time, we will be doing candidate statements for the second BUNC member, DBER statewide. So the first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Sheila Byers.
Are you ready, Sheila?
I am, thank you.
You're welcome. Go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheila Byers, and I work for Department of Motor Vehicles, and I'm a driver safety hearing officer, and I've been a member leader for 26 years. I've always believed in fighting for the workplace. I believe in equality, dignity, and respect for all state workers. My experience includes JLMCs, meet and confers, and I worked on a reclass for over 10 years. My experience, knowledge, and willingness to fight for our union will continue to be an asset for the bargaining team. I'm asking for your vote today. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Sheila. The next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Cheryl Butters.
Cheryl, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
So I would think we all agree that the membership is of the utmost importance. Our membership is low and it has been for some time, and we complain about it, but we do nothing about it. We just put the exact same people in place. And are we really that ignorant to think that the same people are going to do anything differently, and that the same thing they do is going to produce a different result? No, I don't think that we are that ignorant. The membership voted for Richard Brown they voted for Richard Brown as president because the membership saw a man who was going to do something different, a man that has given many of the members hope for the first time in a very long time. And then it was said here that basically all the majority here can do is try to gather up votes for each other and try and go against the membership to overthrow the members' vote by taking away the authority of the member-elected president. So if that is true, and I don't know, I just heard it here, what you guys are doing, but if it's true, you should be ashamed. And if it is true, all of you that are involved in this could care less for the members and the non-members of our union. And if it is true, all of you gathering here and on the board to overtake the members' vote from the president is so disheartening. If that is true, I'm embarrassed to be a part of a union that has that kind of self-serving leadership. And honestly, after watching today play out, I'm thinking I might be seeing some truth in it. I don't know. All I can say now is God help our SEIU Local 1000 represented employees, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Angela Williams.
Angela, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go.
I would have to absolutely agree with Cheryl Butters' first saying. And I would also like to say that my other statement still stands, and I would like to extend. If we as members expect different results, we must do things differently, not placing the same people in positions and hoping for different results. We need statewide DBERs that will listen to the needs of members and non-members alike. If we are investing different, it's imperative we elect different people, new people, who care not about, people who care not about who people don't respond to your emails or answer your questions nor address your concerns. All they care about is receiving the benefits of having union leave. They don't respond to your emails. They don't answer our questions. They will not do anything for anyone. All they want their position for is the perks. I want the position as just like everyone else that's here, that's new running, to help and assist our union brothers and sisters to gain new membership, that we may all be able to unite under our president, Richard Brown. Consider these things when you choose to elect new members, to elect new BUNC members or new DBERs to assist our non-members and our new members alike. We thank you for your opportunity to allow us to state our views and our opinions, but please keep this in mind. Nothing will change. It's just like you're getting the same cake mix in the same cake. If you put it in the oven and you overcook it, it's going to get burned. That's how we feel as members that keep getting the same people placed in a position and nothing ever changes. These same people voted for this raggedy contract, placed us in positions, making us lose money. Contract, we're living check to check now.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. The next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
Sean, ready?
I'm ready, thank you.
Go.
I have to back up my sisters saying what they've been saying, Cheryl and Angela. I came to look to see, I've always heard about the process and it was very negative, everything I heard. I said, okay, it's time for me to jump in. It's time for me to see what's going on. And I'm sad. And that's what I'll report out to everybody. I'm sad. I see people who are passionate. I see people who are young. When you talk about succession planning, you want to bring the young people in, especially with passion. We don't have, and I'm older too, I'm in my 50s, but I look at a board and I say, where are our young people? How can you be succession planning when you've got a young person here wanting to be part of this? How can you not bring her in? Bring them in. Now, gosh, I don't want to put anybody down that's done stuff before. You probably did your best, but it can't be a clique, a clan, a club. You have to be inclusive, you have to be diverse, and you have to start communicating with people. Our membership is the lowest I've seen in 20 years.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Kevin Menninger.
You ready, Kevin? Are you ready? Oh,
Okay, Hattie, unmute. Go ahead.
all right, go.
Well, I want to just hold up everyone who's running with me practically for persistence. That is a necessary trait when you're in the labor business because we usually don't get what we want in the first go around or the second, sometimes not even the third, as evidence here. So I congratulate you all on that. Also, I just want to note I'll echo the idea that yes, there's an echo chamber going here. And I think we all know Sheila Byers is going to win with somewhere between 24 and 27 votes because that's what's been locked in. That's what's been campaigned and they're voting for each other to do that. That's a legal thing to do. It's called campaigning, but it's an echo chamber. It only speaks to itself. And what we've heard on the complaints, and let's face it, complaint and dissent are the people we should be listening to because that's why our membership is low out there. They are complaining, they are dissenting, and we're turning a deaf ear to them. And this echo chamber of candidates is probably not going to help that. We need at least one or two people that can reach out to those people who are complaining and dissenting so we can bring them in and hear them and give them validation. And then we can move forward with them at our side instead of at our heels. I want to say thanks to everybody who has supported me and voted me in so far. I appreciate that. Everyone here, like I said, like everyone said, we want the same thing. We want a strong union, but we got to drive up our membership. I want to say the other thing too is why I think I need to be there is we need checks and balances on the slate that's been brought in. And frankly, one person's not enough. You'll need at least 2 or 3 to keep that balance in there. And it means on the bunk, not just in the SBAC saying, yeah, we're going to listen to you, right? And then we go back to our bunk. You know, we know how it gets. You get into that chamber, that closed room, and you validate each other, becomes a confirmation bias. We need to reach beyond that. I'm your opportunity to reach beyond that with experience and with an outsider standing. I can straddle that fence and bring people in. So I do ask for your vote this one last time.
Thank you, Kevin. And the final candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Are you ready, Troy?
Thank you. Yes.
You ready, Troy? You ready?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Go.
Well, thank you for letting me come and talk to you again today. You know, I want to talk about, you know, I know what it's like to eat my lunch alone. I know what it's like not to be popular. I went to Richard Lewis Brown's swear-in because I wanted to see how he was treated. I don't like when people aren't treated fairly. I saw with my own eyes my president that I respected be disrespectful to his family in a way that I wouldn't have thought. Had I heard it from somebody, it'd be a rumor. But I wore his colors because I wanted Richard to know that he was supported. I stood alone. I sat in the room with his family alone. The illegal meeting. I told my chair if she went, I wouldn't support her for this election. I stood alone probably in making that statement, but I made those statements because I wanted to stand up, even though it wasn't the popular thing to do. I've run a telework campaign at my office against my management where I posted 200 flyers about telework and its benefit along the hallway. They were all taken down overnight. I went back the next night with SEIU leadership and our staff there. With their help, 500 flyers posted up on the walls along the hallway in my area. Guess what? We got telework. We got telework for the people who needed it. I ask you for your vote. Thank you. I know what it's like to stand alone. I'll stand with you all.
Thank you, Troy. At this time, with all candidates having had an opportunity to make their statement, we will be opening up the poll to vote for the second statewide BUNC member position for any DBER statewide. Please open the poll. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will be closing the poll. According to our results, we do have a winner with more than 50% of the vote. The winner is Sheila Byers with 52% of the vote. Please share the results on screen. The on-screen results are coming. Give us 1 second while we try to get the results on screen. The computer is not giving us the option, and we know it's there. In the meantime, I can answer Sean's question unless it was about stuff getting on screen.
No, it was a misclick. I apologize.
No worries. I'd rather call on people who are, accidentally than miss a hand that's up. So we appreciate your grace. We're working on getting the browser shared so that you can see the full results as we've been doing. Angela, I see your hand is up. I can answer your question in the meantime.
Yes, I didn't get the opportunity to vote. It didn't come up on my screen.
Okay. At all?
At all.
Was this the first one where that happened?
Yes, it is.
Okay, hang on.
Is that going to change anything? One vote?
So let me work on getting the results up.
Every vote counts.
I'm still working on getting the results up. 1 second. All right. Please stop sharing the screen. Because there was an inability for one of the candidates to be able to vote, we will run this poll because it wasn't related to a cross-off. So we will rerun this poll to ensure that all folks have the ability to vote. So please relaunch the poll. We will leave this poll up for 20 more seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. We will screen share the results, but we do have a winner with more than 50% of the vote. The winner is Sheila Byers with 56% of the vote. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. At this time, we will open nominations for BUNC member, CBER, administrative and analytical. The eligible candidates for this position are Kathy Rebold and Dolores Bonner. I will take nominations in the order of hands raised. So the first hand I have is James Zoas. Go ahead, James.
Yes, I nominate Dolores Bonner. That was Dolores Bonner. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the first of two BUNC member, CBER, administrative and analytical positions? And this is the final call for any additional nominations for bunk member, CBER, administrative, and analytical. I see James again.
Donna Van Schindel is unable to hear you.
Okay.
Not sure why, but just to relay the message.
Okay, okay. It was her connectivity. She's dropped off. I'm gonna try and slow walk to get her back in. The other hand I have raised is Kevin Menninger. Go ahead, Kevin. You're muted, Kevin.
I'm sorry. You said there are 2 positions open for analytical admin. How many possible candidates do we have?
We have 2.
Okay.
We have 2 CBERs in those positions. So seeing no other nominations and no other candidate for this first position of CBER, administrative and analytical, Dolores Bonner is declared the winner of the election. Hold on. Okay, we're back. I saw myself freeze for a second, but we're back. At this time, we'll open.
Just saying thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. At this time, we'll open up nominations for bunk member, CBER, administrative, and analytical. The eligible individual for this position is Kathy Rebold. So the first hand I have is Mike Ramos.
I would like to nominate Kathy Rebold.
Okay. We have nominated Kathy Rebold. Kathy, I see your hand up as well. Oh, did you have something you wanted to add? Okay. All right. So with no other eligible candidates for this position, and with Kathy Rebold nominated, at this time, Kathy Rebold is declared the winner of the election for the second bunk member, CBER, administrative and analytical position. So at this time, we will be opening the first of 2 CBER positions for bunk member finance. That said, we have 1 eligible CBER in finance that is eligible to run for this position, and the eligible individual is Harry Price. I will open for nominations. The first person I have is Troy.
I'd love to nominate Harry Price.
Thank you, Troy. So at this time, if Harry accepts the nomination, as the only eligible candidate for that position, Harry, do you accept your nomination?
I accept, unless you can make Donald Duck my opponent.
I can't, sadly. So at this time, because Harry accepts the nomination and because Harry Price is the only eligible individual for this position, Harry Price is declared the winner of this election to bunk member, CBER, finance. We do not have any other eligible CBERs to run for the finance position. So we will skip to the next available position, which is the first of 2 bunk member CBER employment and health services positions. So at this time, we will open up the nominations for the first of 2 bunk member CBER employment and health services. And I will go in order of hands as they are raised. And to make it clear who is eligible for these positions, The eligible candidates are Susan Rodriguez, Mary Hinton, Joyce Wheeler Owens, and Kristen Harrington. The first hand I have is Mike Ramos. Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to nominate Susan Rodriguez.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. The next hand I have is Karen Duvall. Go ahead, Karen.
Like to nominate Joyce Owens, please.
Thank you, Karen. At this time, are there any other nominations for the first of two bunk member CBER Employment and Health Services positions? Valerie, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I would like to nominate Kristen.
Kristen Harrington, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, but I'll decline.
Thank you. Thank you for your candor, Kristen. Are there any other nominations for bunk member, CBER, Employment and Health Services? This is the first of two positions that we will be running for. Okay. Seeing no other nominations, at this time we will move to candidate statements. So the first candidate with an opportunity to make a statement for this position is Susan Rodriguez.
Are you ready, Susan?
Yep.
Go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Susan Rodriguez. I work as a workers' comp or senior workers' comp claims adjuster with State Compensation Insurance Fund. I have worked for the state for almost 20 years now. I am asking for your vote to get on the bunk. So, I have been involved with the last 3 contracts. I have heard all of your guys' voices today. I am impressed and just overjoyed with who is and the candidates that are on this SBAC. You guys are an amazing set of people. I hope to have your vote to continue to represent the employment and health services classifications for the bunk. There's a lot to do. There's many things to do. There's a lot of things to focus on. We in Unit 1 are so large, but we have a unique quality, and that is our diversity in this unit. We're diverse in classifications, we're diverse in departments, and we're diverse in missions that we serve. And one thing is clear to me after listening to you guys today is that we are passionate about what we do for our jobs, who we do it for, which is the citizens of California, and your coworkers. And that is what connects us. And I want everybody to understand that no matter if you don't have a position on the bunk or not, I see us all as one team, all 49 of us, I think at this point. And I really do want to express that, how much you guys have impressed me today, how much we can work as a team together. And I hope we can continue to do that moving forward. Thank you, and I ask for your vote.
Time.
Thank you, Susan. The next candidate who has an opportunity to give a statement is Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Are you ready, Joyce?
I'm ready.
All right, go.
I'm Joyce Wheeler Owens. I work for the Employment Development Department in the Unemployment Insurance Branch. And like Susan, we have always put this union first. We have strongly supported what is happening in this union. We believe in our members. We believe in our represented employees. And we are doing everything we can to do the very best for all we represent. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Now that both candidates have had an opportunity for a statement, at this time, we will open up the voting for the first of two CBER Employment and Health Services positions on the bunk. Please open the poll. And we will keep the poll open for another 15 seconds to let the last couple of eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. And we do have a winner. The winner is Susan Rodriguez with 66% of the vote. Please share the results on screen. It's still fighting with the shared results. They are on their way. Thank you. Please stop screen sharing. At this time, we will open up nominations for the second BUNC member, SBAC Employment and Health Services position. Eligible candidates are Mary Hinton, Joyce Wheeler Owens, and Kristen Harrington, though she did previously decline a nomination. The first hand I have up is James Zoas. Go ahead, James.
I nominate Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Thank you. Any other nominees for the second SBAC Employee and Health Services position on the BUNC? Final call for any other nominees for the second SBAC. I see a hand. Patrick Swift, go ahead.
I nominate Mary Hinton.
Okay. So Mary Hinton, thank you. Final call for nominees for second SBAC Employment and Health Services BUNC position. Go ahead, Sean.
Just trying to understand the process. So at this point, these candidates don't need to make a statement, because it's kind of a given that they don't have to make a statement.
They still have the opportunity because we do have one position with two candidates. If there was only one person nominated, then we generally do not make a statement.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So seeing no other nominees for SBAC Employment and Health Services position, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Joyce, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
Hello, it's Joyce Wheeler Owens again, and I'm asking for your vote as the Employment and Health SBAC position. I have been in this union for over 14 years since I started state service. I care a great deal about those we represent, and I have done nothing but work hard on behalf of all we represent, and I will continue to do so. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Mary Hinton.
Mary, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go.
Hi, my name's Mary Hinton. I'm a disability evaluation analyst with Disability Termination Services. I've been a state employee since September of 2007. I became a job steward 5 months later in February of 2008. As we've all been talking about, there is a slate and a group of voting blocks. So I don't expect to get elected, but I do want to thank Patrick Swift for nominating me and being my friend. I also want to say hi to Sean. I don't know if you remember, I met you when you first became a steward, so hopefully we'll meet again when SBAC starts to meet in person, whenever that happens to be, and our paths will cross. Thank you very much.
Oh, what a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I do see I have a hand raised. Kevin, did you have a question? You're muted? Oh,
Sorry, no question, my mistake.
no worries. Got to check. All right. Now that both both nominated candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, at this time we will open up the poll for the second SBAC Employment and Health Services position. Please open the poll. We will hold the poll open an additional 20 seconds to get the last couple eligible folks an opportunity to vote. At this time, we will be closing the poll. We do have a winner with more than 50% of the vote. It is Joyce Wheeler Owens. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop screen sharing. All right. At this time, we are opening nominations for the first of two BUNC member SBAC Information Technology positions. Eligible candidates for these positions are Geraldine Mosley, Frank Askin, and Vincent Green. I will take nominations in orders of hand raised. The first hand I have is Mike Ramos. Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to nominate Frank Askin.
All right. Frank Askin is our first nominee. The next hand I have is Brenda Modkins.
Hi, I'd like to nominate Vincent Green.
Vincent, okay. And the next hand I have raised is Claudia Gambaro.
Brenda beat me to it. I was going to nominate Vincent Green.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, any further nominations for the first of two SBAC Information Technology positions? I see Mark Verdugo, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question because I'm new to the position of being a DBER in my district labor council. What exactly is the requirements to be eligible to be a SBAC in the role? Since I'm in IT, I wasn't sure why my name wasn't listed as eligible. Not that I want to go at it this time. I'm still learning, but I was just curious.
Right. So DBERs run based upon their district labor council. SBACs run for a totally separate position that is based upon the type of work they do. So the reason that there are only 3 eligible folks for this section is because Frank Askin, Lynn Mosley, and Vincent Green all ran specifically as classification bargaining unit reps for IT. And so because, Mark, you ran as a district bargaining unit rep based upon your region, you qualified for DBER positions, but not SBAC positions.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate who has an opportunity to make a statement is Frank Askin.
Frank, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when.
All right, go.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, Brother Mike, for your nomination. My name is Frank Askin. I am a Unit 1 IT CBER for DLC 787. I work as an Information Technology Associate for the California Unemployment Appeals Board First Level Support Desk. You may recognize me from Tuesday night Stewards Call and the Wednesday evening Local 1000 Listens to You calls. I am a very passionate steward and I love my union. I have been involved in many programs throughout the state to improve this union. Back in 2018, I was an IT reclass enforcer wherein all the positions within IT were reclassified. I am very well versed when it comes to working with classifications, especially within the realm of IT. I know that I am the right fit for this position I am running for, and I am asking for your vote on the bargaining team. Together, we can make this the greatest contract ever, not just for Local 1000, but for all unions. And I thank you and appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Frank. The next candidate who has an opportunity to make a statement is Vincent Green.
Are you ready, Vincent?
Yes, I am.
All right, go.
Hello, my name is Vincent Green. I am an ITS 1. I work for the Department of Veterans Affairs. I've been on the bargaining team for like the last 2 seasons, and I am would like to have your vote to continue my work as an IT CBER. Over the last 2 contracts, I had the opportunity and the pleasure to lead the team for the IT reclass that Frank talked about. I've also helped to be part of the team for the
I was going to show you one.
also for other teams such as the negotiations for the lottery, and then also led the effort for the unfair labor practice for IT, which actually said that state basically owed IT money. And in both of those instances, just to let you know, it wasn't about me, but it was about the members, because I got nothing out of that. So it was about the members, it was about the non-members, it was about the classifications that I represent in IT. I would love to continue this conversation. I would love to continue the work to not only make this contract the best that state of California has ever seen, but also have it be a model and a roadmap for other unions. Thank you very much. I need your vote.
Thank you, Vincent. I see I have a hand. Carolyn, did you have a question?
It was more of a observation. During Vincent's speech, someone was unmuted. So I don't know if it would be possible for him to re-deliver his speech or if he would want to.
Okay, I did mute the crosstalk. I know I did hear something. I know that he did get most of his speech. Is there a concern that too much was lost?
No, it was just about having an opportunity if he had wanted to redeliver it, because previously other people had that same opportunity.
Okay, the previous opportunities we extended, less so because of crosstalk and more because of a connectivity speech issue. Were other folks having that same concern? Specifically in terms of Vincent?
I heard all of it just fine.
Okay. Thank you. So I think we are going to move forward. A quick reminder, though, to folks, please do be muted when you're not speaking to avoid the crosstalk as much as possible, not only so that everybody can hear the speeches, but also to ensure that the interpreters are interpreting the speeches and not the crosstalk. So at this time, with both candidates having an opportunity to give a statement, we will be launching the poll to vote for the first of 2 BUNC member CBER information technology positions. Please launch the poll. And we will leave this open for 20 more seconds to ensure the last few eligible voters have an opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Vincent Green. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please pull down the screen share. And at this time, we'll open up nominations for the second CBER information technology position. Eligible candidates for this are Frank Askin and Lynn Mosley. And I will take nominations in the order of hands raised. Okay. Frank, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, Frank.
I would like to nominate myself.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any other nominations for CBER position for the BUNC for information technology? Oh, I have 2 hands. Vincent, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Lynn Mosley.
Okay. Thank you, Vincent. James, your hand is still up. Do you have a nomination?
Did he say Lynn Mosley?
He did.
I didn't hear well. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So at this time, as both eligible individuals have been nominated for this position, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate who has an opportunity to make a statement is Frank Askin.
Are you ready, Frank? Frank, are you there?
You're still muted, my friend.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when.
Go.
Okay, yes. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Frank Askin. I'm a Unit 1 IT CBER for DLC 787. I work as an Information Technology Associate for the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board First Level Help Desk Support. You may recognize me from the Tuesday night stewards call and the Wednesday evening Local 1000 Listens to You calls. I am a very passionate steward and I love my union. I have been involved in many programs throughout the state to improve this union. Back in 2018, I was an IT reclassification enforcer, wherein all the positions within IT were reclassified. I am very well versed when it comes to working with classifications, especially within the realm of IT. I know I am the right fit for this position I am running for, and I am asking for your vote to be on the bargaining team. Together, we can make this the greatest contract ever, not for just Local 1000, but for all unions. And I thank you very much for your vote.
Thank you, Frank. At this time, the next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Lynn Mosley.
Hi, Lynn, are you ready? Lynn,
Hello?
you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go.
Hi, my name is Lynn Mosley, Geraldine Mosley, but people know me as Lynn. I am running for the position of the CBER in the IT classification. I presently work at the PUC and I am ITS 1. I value this position because I feel as though I can talk to the IT classification and those other people. We have other stewards as well. I've been a steward for 20 plus years, and I work at the PUC for 10. So I feel as though I can get out the vote, get people engaged, and build up our membership. I ask for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. So at this time, with both candidates having had an opportunity to make a statement, we will go ahead and open up the poll. Please open the poll for voting. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have an opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. And the winner for this position is Frank Askin. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop screen sharing. At this time, we'll be opening up the nominations for the BUNC member CBER Environmental and Consumer Protection position. This is the last BUNC member position. We will take nominations in hand order. Oh, and I'm so sorry, I left out the important part, which is the individuals who are eligible for this position are Claudia Gambaro and Eddie Isaacs. So nominations are open for the BUNC member, CBER, Environmental and Consumer Protection. The first hand I have is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I'd like to nominate Claudia Gambaro.
Okay. Claudia. The next hand I have is Claudia Gambaro.
Oh, yeah, Susan beat me to it, so never mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I also have raised Angela Williams.
I'd like to nominate
Eddie Isaacs. Thank you.
I declare the nomination, but I'm honored, Angela. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your candor, Eddie. So at this time, with Eddie declining, we have one eligible candidate, and that is Claudia Gambaro. As there are no other candidates running for this position, Claudia is the winner of this election and will be seated as the CBER for Environmental and Consumer Protection.
Awesome, thank you.
Susan, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want it to be noted for the record and for the SBAC that we actually have an additional CBER category, which is research and communications, but currently there are no CBERs in those positions, which is why we are done with the BUNC elections as is.
Thank you, Susan. Beat me to it, but I appreciate that. That is correct. The final position does not have any eligible candidates. So we have finished electing the BUNC. We do have now moving on to the alternate BUNC members. The first two alternate BUNC member positions that we will fill are for DBERs from the Sacramento area. I will give one final reminder what those DLCs are. They are 761, 762, 764, 765, 766, 767, 768, 769, 781, 782, 784, 785, 786, 787, 788, 789, 790, 792, 793, 794, 795, and 799. There are two BUNC alternate positions for DBERs from Sacramento, and right now we will open up nominations for the first of those two positions. The first hand I have is Susan. Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Noreen Nelson.
Okay,
I accept that nomination. Thank you, Susan.
thank you. The next hand I have for nominations is Harry Price. Go ahead, Harry.
I nominate Troy Phillips.
Troy Phillips, thank you. The next hand I have for nominations is Sean Harrison. Go ahead, Sean.
I nominate myself.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for the alternate BUNC position? First of two for a DBER from Sacramento. Valerie, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I nominate myself.
Thank you, Valerie. Final call for nomination for DBER Sacramento for an alternate BUNC member position. Okay. Seeing no other nominations, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate for an opportunity to make a statement is Noreen Nelson.
Are you ready, Noreen?
I am.
All right.
For those, thank you, Mish. For those that don't know me, I have been with State Fund almost 18 years in March, been a steward 17 of those years, been in many positions during that time period. I was very fortunate to be able to be on a layoff team with State Fund. They went through a layoff period years ago, and I was actually on the team that actually implemented. We saved over 2,000 jobs. For me, even being able to help one person was worth it, but it was an amazing team. I continue to be on that team today. It is a joint labor management team. I've been on there for almost 12 years. Very fortunate to be part of this process. Love to make sure the people that are members, I make sure their voices get heard. I am that squeaky wheel that will not stop because our members' voices matter and you matter. So just all I'm going to say is just please consider me. Just know that I will keep on striving to be the best DBER and steward that I can be for my years at State Fund. Thank you for your time and your vote.
Thank you, Noreen. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Are you ready, Troy? Troy?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
go.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again. I really appreciate having your vote as an alternate here in Sacramento. Thank you. I won't belabor it. You guys Thank you for your vote.
Thank you, Troy. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
You ready, Sean?
Ready.
Go.
So I stand by my statement. Still, I hope you guys will grab on to demystifying the process of negotiation, doing more communication. That's very important. Mary, you elated me, blessed me by remembering me, and that means I did something good. And I really appreciate that. You have great power, Susan and James. Use it right. Mentor people, bring them in, communicate with us. We really need to know what's going on. This is our lives. Take it seriously. And I wish everybody the best who ends up doing bargaining that affects many, many people's life. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I hope to see you in the future.
Thank you, Sean. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Valerie Brooks.
Valerie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
Hello, everyone. I know if you heard me, Valerie Brooks. I stand by my statement, and I'm again asking you for your vote. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Valerie. Now that all candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, at this time we will move on to voting for the first alternate bunk member position for a DBER in Sacramento. Please launch the poll. At this time, we will leave the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. We do have a winner, Noreen Nelson, with 57% of the vote. Please share the results on screen.
Just want to say thank you.
I didn't even vote for myself.
Thank you. Please stop the screen share. At this time, we will open up nominations for the alternate bunk member DBER position for Sacramento. The first hand I see is Mike Ramos. Go ahead.
I would like to nominate Polly Coughlin.
Polly Coughlin. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for alternate bunk member DBER Sacramento? I'll go in hand order. The next hand I see is Harry Price. Go ahead. Harry, go ahead.
Well, Troy Phillips, please.
Thank you, Troy Phillips. The next hand I have is Angela Williams. Angela, go ahead.
John Harrison.
I'm sorry?
Sean Harrison.
Was that Sean Harrison? I want to make sure I'm hearing you right.
Yes.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, just checking on something really quickly. Okay, then we do need to, that's only. All right, the next hand that I have is CJ Barnes. Go ahead.
I would like to nominate Sean Harrison. I believe she was already nominated, but I was going to re-nominate her.
Absolutely. She's on the list. Thank you. Are there any additional nominations for the alternate bunk member, Deber from Sacramento? Seeing no other nominations, at this time, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with an opportunity to give a statement is Polly Coughlin.
I'm ready. Give me 1 second. Go.
Yes, hi. I stand by my earlier statements. I am happy to be nominated to be on the alternate. I would like that opportunity and I'm asking for your vote. I do believe that it is a privilege to be able to bargain for our benefits, and I would like to be a part of that team, and serving as an alternate would be fine with me. I look forward to fighting for everyone, and I'm eager to get involved, and it's going to be a very, I think it's going to be a tough contract, and I'm looking forward to helping out in any way I can. Thank you, and I really would like your vote.
Thank you, Polly. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Are you ready, Troy?
Yes, thank you.
Go.
Well, one thing I've said a lot, each time I've come on, and one thing I can tell you is that this is going to be probably the most interesting bargaining cycle that SEIU has ever been through. It's gonna be real interesting to see how the teams adjust to a new leader through this cycle, and I hope, as somebody had mentioned earlier, flexibility, and I hope that is something that people are willing to do. And something that's not mentioned a lot but should be is have grace for each other, in the fact that you may not all agree all the time. So I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. And then the next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
You ready, Sean?
Yes, thank you.
You're
Again,
welcome.
I stand by my statement. Thank you so much, Angela and Flora, for nominating me. That is truly a blessing. I accept it if I don't get elected. I stand by what I've said before. Please understand that we back you up. We just want to know what's going on. We can't do it unless we know the reason. So please communicate with us. Let us know. I'm willing to support this team, even if I'm not officially part of it. So I thank you for the nomination. I'm walking away a lot happier than I thought I would, but I wish you all the best. And again, what you do is so important. Don't be fearful, and your membership is there, whether they are members or not. The people are there. They want you to succeed. We need you to. Things are too tough. And again, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you, Sean. At this time, now that all candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will go ahead and open up the poll. Please launch the poll for voting.
Ollie.
We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner of this position is Polly Coughlin with 51% of the vote. Please share the vote on screen. And thank you. Please stop the screen share. At this time, we'll be opening nominations for the alternate bunk member Deber out of the coastal area. As a reminder, eligible DLCs for this position are 741, 742, 743, 744, 746, 747, 749, 750, 751, and 752. I will take nominations in order of hands raised. The first hand I have is Susan Rodriguez. Susan, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Catherine Stockton.
Catherine Stockton. The next hand I see is Angela Williams. Angela, go ahead.
I'm not sure, but is Ricky Bradley available for this one?
No, Ricky Bradley is in one of the Sacramento DLCs.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. Any other nominations for the alternate bunk member, Deber Coastal? Okay, one final call for nominations for alternate bunk member, Deber Coastal. Oh, I have a hand. Angela Williams, go ahead.
I'm a resident error.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the clarity.
Welcome.
All right, so the final call for alternate bunk member, Deber Coastal. Seeing no other nominations and only having one candidate, Catherine Stockton will be the Deber alternate bunk member, Deber Coastal.
Thank you.
At
Could you
this
please
time-
say that name one more time? I'm sorry.
Catherine Stockton.
Thank you.
At this time, we will open up nominations for alternate bunk member Deber for Southeast. The eligible DLCs are 701, 702, 703, 704, 705, and 710. I will go in order of hands raised. The first hand is James Zois. Go ahead, James.
Yes, I nominate Brenda Modkins.
Brenda Modkins.
Thank you, but I'm declining.
Thank you for your candor, Brenda. She has declined the nomination. The next hand I have is Angela Williams. Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you. I would like to nominate myself, please.
Angela Williams is nominee. Any other nominees for alternate bunk member Deber Southeast? And one final call, nominees, alternate bunk member Deber Southeast. Seeing no other nominations and having one candidate accept the nomination, Angela Williams is declared the winner and will be the alternate bunk member, Deber Southeast. At this time, we are opening nominations for alternate bunk member, Deber Southwest. As a reminder, the eligible DLCs for this position are 706, 721, 723, 724, 725, and 727. The first hand I have is Mike Ramos. Go ahead, Mike.
I nominate Denise Quinn Allen.
Denise Quinn Allen. Thank you. Further nominations for alternate bunk member, Deber Southwest. And one final call for nominations for alternate bunk member, Deber Southwest.
I have one.
Oh, I have a hand. Thank you, Eddie. Eddie Isaacs, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Kristen Harrington of DLC 722. I believe she's a Deber for the Southwest region.
Kristen is a Seaber.
Deber, okay, my mistake, okay.
No worries, I appreciate it, Eddie. Thank you. Final call for nominations. Deber, alternate, Southwest. Brenda, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Dahlia.
Dahlia Jaramillo?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll accept the nomination.
Thank you. So at this time, seeing no other nominations, we will move to candidate statements for this position. The first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Denise Quinn Allen.
Hi, Denise, are you ready?
As I'll ever be. Okay, are we ready?
Hold on, let me stop the clock again. Hold on. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah, let's go.
Go.
Okay, so hi, everybody. My name is Denise Quinn Allen. I'm with 724, which is South LA, North Orange counties. I work for the Employment Development Department as an employment program representative in the UI division. That basically means you apply for unemployment. I'm going to be your adjudicator, determining your eligibility. I have been a steward since 2013 and ignorantly lost my stewardship because I didn't complete an AST in that year. Went back and was proudly the second graduating class of the LAPS program. For our local 1000, as well as SEIU International, I have proudly served as a member political organizer. I realize how important politics are. I'm also an NEO certified trainer. And for the last 3 terms, I have served on our Lavender Committee, which is one of my biggest, most proudest moments of my life. I've also served on DLC 724's e-board as secretary. This is my first Deber position, so I'm hungry and I'm anxious and I'm ready to go. And I'm looking forward to helping all of our members and working for the Employment Development Department during something like COVID. I have really talked to all Californians all over and really learned to understand what people are going through. And that's part of what's motivating me to step up and take this position. So Mike Ramos, thank you so much for the nomination. I won't let you down, brother, and all my brothers and sisters. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a candidate statement is Dahlia Jaramillo.
Dahlia, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go.
First, I'd like to thank Brenda for the nomination. And you know, regardless of who you vote for, you are going to be getting a great steward, a hard worker, and a person who believes in our purpose statement. I don't envy your choice. I am running for your families, fellow state workers, and future generations. I want us to have the greatest contract ever. And as I am nearing retirement and seeing what we all hope for, I want to make sure that the state of California remains a great employer with great benefits. And the only way that we will be able to do this is by having a great contract. I will be engaging with our membership. I will be practicing the 4 habits of leadership, and I will make sure that everything I do is to increase our membership and increase our engagement at all levels of rank and file state workers that we represent. Thank you, and solidarity forever. Our unions make us strong. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dahlia. Now that both candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will move on to the voting. Please put up the poll. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Denise Quinn Allen. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please pull down the screen share. And at this time, we are opening nominations for the alternate bunk member DBER Central. As a reminder, the eligible DLCs for this position are 707, 726, 729, 770, 771, and 772. I will take nominations in order of hands raised. The first hand I see is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I'd like to nominate Cheryl Butters and cute kitty cat.
All right, Cheryl Butters. The next hand that I see is Patrick Swift. Go ahead, Patrick.
I nominate Mary Hinton.
Mary Hinton. Mary Hinton is a CBER, so she will have to run in the alternate CBER election. Any additional nominees? Oh, I see Harry Price. Go ahead.
I nominate Patrick Swift.
Patrick Swift. Thank you. Any other nominees for the alternate bunk member DBER Central position? And one final call for nominees for alternate bunk member Central position. Seeing no other nominations, we will move forward with candidate statements. The first candidate who has an opportunity to make a statement is Cheryl Butters.
Are you ready, Cheryl?
I'm ready.
Go.
You guys know how I feel. I've shared it openly with you. And I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to serve in this way if I'm elected. And I appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Patrick Swift.
Patrick, you ready?
Ready?
Go.
I just want to let everybody know that I support the team in any way possible. I'm a fearless leader in the Central Valley and Fresno, and I look forward to working with everybody involved. And I hope we have a great bargaining session coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Now that all candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, at this time we will move to voting. So please put up the poll. We will keep the poll up for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Cheryl Butters. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. At this time, we will open up nominations for the first of 2 alternate bunk positions for DBERS from any DLC statewide. So this is the first of 2 alternate bunk positions for any DLCs statewide. I will take nominations in the order of hands raised. The first hand I see is James Zois. Go ahead, James.
I nominate Ricky Bradley as I did last election. Same time, same place, same position.
Ricky Bradley. The next hand I see is Harry Price. Go ahead, Harry.
I nominate a guy who's gone through 2 bargaining cycles on the team, Troy Phillips.
Troy Phillips. Thank you. Further nominations for alternate bunk member, DBER statewide. Oh, I see CJ Barnes. Go ahead.
I nominate Sean Harris.
Sean Harrison. Thank you. And this will be the final call for nominations for the first of 2 alternate bunk member DBER statewide positions.
I didn't get a chance to put my hand up. I'm sorry. This is Vincent.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Brenda Watkins.
Thank you, but I decline.
Thank you, Brenda. Seeing no other nominations for the first of 2 alternate bunk member DBER statewide positions, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Ricky Bradley.
Hi, I'm in an area with a bad connection, but my original statement stands. Can you hear me?
Wait. Yeah, I didn't. Hold on a minute. Let me start the clock. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm in a bad area, so connection is bad. But my original statement stands. I'm willing to come in and be fresh eyes and thoughts and move us forward, membership, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
Are you ready, Troy? Troy?
Yes, thank you. Yes. Thank you again for opportunity to be part of the BUNC, the bargaining unit, negotiating committee. We have a long road ahead to get this money that we need to get and get the OPEB overhauled or something in place. Love to be part of it. I appreciate your vote. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Troy. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
Are you ready, Sean?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Go.
I don't know what else to say other than I stand by what I have said. If not this year, next year, or no, well, not next year, next time, but I would love to be part of this team and to help implement what I'd like to do, which is increase our communications. You know, there's been talk that we have so many platforms that we can get information out to members. I'd like to be able to use those. And when I say platforms, Zooms, we have virtual ability to communicate. Because again, I know I keep saying it, but that's been my frustration and my colleagues' frustration is just not knowing, wanting to hear what's going on, having a trusted voice say, or just somebody say what's going on and tell us why you're making the decisions that you're making. That gives so much validity to understanding, not feeling like we're treated like children, that you don't have to explain what's going on. And that's what I'd like to help the team do this time, is just build that bridge that seems to be there. I want to thank everybody, the team, for putting this virtually, because this becomes the first way that I didn't know what was going on. They now know what the process is about. They get to see it. Transparency is so important to trust, aside from honesty, but you know, backing up what you're saying with proof and just communicating. So again, thank you for the nomination. I'm still going to be here to help and do what I can, and I wish us all a successful contract because we need it. We need a win. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I do want to flag that I believe our interpreter lost sound partway through Sean's statement. In the interest of fairness.
Stephanie said, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Okay, I wanted to verify. Thank you very much. And it does sound like you can hear again, Candy? You can hear us?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So now that all three candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, at this time, we will move forward with the voting. Please open the poll. We will keep the poll open an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to cast a vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Ricky Bradley with 51% of the vote. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please pull down the screen share. At this time, we will open up nominations for the alternate bunk member DBER statewide position. This is the last alternate bunk position for DBER candidates. I will take nominations in order of hands. The first hand is Mike Ramos. Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to nominate Troy Phillips.
Troy Phillips. Thank you, Mike. The next hand I have is Denise Quinn Allen. Go ahead, Denise.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I wouldn't have been disappointed with either of the results in my election, so I respectfully nominate Dalia Jaramillo.
Dalia Jaramillo, thank you.
Love you, my sister. Thank you. And I accept the nomination.
Thank you. The next hand I have is Brenda Modkins.
Hi, I'm gonna nominate Sean Harrison.
Sean Harrison, thank you. The next hand I have is Harry Price. Go ahead, Harry.
And I was going to nominate Troy, but I think it already happened, right?
It absolutely did. Thank you for
Okay.
checking.
Thank you.
Any additional nominations for the alternate bunk member DBER statewide position? And this is the final call for nominations for alternate bunk member DBER statewide position. Seeing no other nominations, at this time we'll move forward with candidate statements. The first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Troy Phillips.
You ready, Troy?
Yes,
Okay, go.
I appreciate the nomination, and I look forward to working with the BUNC. If I'm elected, I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. The next candidate
I'll
with
be
an
off
opportunity.
already before it's time.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Dalia Jaramillo.
Dalia, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go.
Thank you. And once again, folks, if I am elected to this particular position, I will work my behind off to make sure that we get the best contract ever. I've already dyed my hair purple, so I'm already purpled up. And, you know, I love my union. I love you all. Let's get together and kick some rump around here. So with that, I yield the rest of my time, and that's it.
Thank you, Dalia. And the next candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Sean Harrison.
Are you ready, Sean?
Ready.
Go.
Well, Brenda, I have seen your face on our contract so many years. Thank you for your nomination. I'm honored. So, and I wish you the best and whatever else you're going to do with the union. I hope you're still going to be around because we'll need your guidance and your experience. I would appreciate it. Whether I get on this team or not, again, I'll just say what I've said before. And communication is very important. I'm there to support you guys, whether I'm here or not. So just please use me as a conduit for information, if nothing else. And let's rock this. Let's not be complacent. And again, I don't know the challenges you face. I wanted to learn and I will learn, but let's stop saying that we don't have value, because the truth is, if we stop working, there is no government. And so many people believe that they can easily be replaced. Institutional knowledge. The knowledge you have to know to be able to do even the quote menial tasks within state government is amazing. I have MVRs that I'm supposed to be an auditor with a 4-year degree, right? They tell me stuff and how they have to do their job and what they have to remember. And I am like, wow, I'm just amazed. And we should all have a decent we should have a COLA. We should have a living that we can do more than just survive, where we can go to the movies. That shouldn't be a big deal to take your family out to the movies or to afford childcare. But again, I appreciate what you guys do. I'm not going to beat you up unless you don't talk to me. Then we're going to have a talk. But thank you again. And Brenda, what an honor. So let's rock this. I wish you guys all the best. Wish us the best. What am I saying? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Right on time. Thank you, Sean. At this time, with all candidates having had an opportunity to make their statement, we will move to the voting. Please put up the poll. We will keep the poll open an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will end the poll. We do have a clear winner in terms of votes. It is Sean Harrison. However, as Sean has 46% of the vote, we will do a runoff. In the meantime, please share the initial results. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. Per the SBAC and BUNC election rules, we will run a runoff, and the runoff will be between Sean Harrison and Dalia Jaramillo. I'm going to give my team, my IT team, just a minute to draft that poll, and then we will run that vote. Give me 1 second to see if our runoff poll is ready. Okay, our runoff poll is ready. So we will go ahead and launch that poll. All right. We will keep the poll open for an additional 10 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. All right, at this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Sean Harrison. Please share the results. Thank you. Please remove the screen share. The next
High
position.
five, my sister Dahlia. I would have been, you're wonderful. And thank you for the song. I'm sorry.
No worries, thank you. So at this time, we will be opening up nominations for alternate bunk member CBER, Employment and Health Services. I do want to note that there is also alternate bunk member CBER, Administrative and Analytical. We do not have any qualifying, or I'm sorry, any eligible individuals who can be candidates for that position. Additionally, there is also alternate bunk member CBER Finance. We do not have any eligible candidates for that position. The next position that we have eligible candidates for are for alternate bunk member CBER Employment and Health Services. And the eligible candidates for that position are Mary Hinton and Kristen Harrington. We will open up nominations in hand order. James Zois, I have first. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Kristen Harrington.
Thank you. The next hand that I have is Frank Askin.
Yes, I would like to nominate Mary Hinton.
Mary Hinton. And I do have another hand up, but all eligible individuals for this position have already been nominated. So if this was a nomination, I'm going to move forward with candidate statements.
Quick question.
Yes.
Did you just announce all of the CBER alternates that were available?
No.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you.
There are still some more, but I'm going in order that it usually is elected. So I
Gotcha.
wanted to make sure that folks understood why we weren't electing people for administrative and analytical and finance. And that is because we do not have any eligible candidates.
Just trying to follow along. I'm with you now. Thank you.
I'm trying to follow it too. All right, thank you. So at this time, candidates will have an opportunity to make a statement. The first candidate who will have the opportunity to make a statement is Kristen Harrington.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Kristen?
Yes.
Go.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Harrington. I work for the Division of Apprenticeship Standards out of downtown Los Angeles, DLC 722. So my soapbox, employment, obviously apprenticeship, good employment, and the ability to support a family in the state of California is absolutely my passion professionally and personally. I'm proud to be a member of SCIU 1000, and I figured out early on if I didn't get involved, I couldn't complain. So here I am, willing to be involved and willing to learn. So I will, either way, I will support all of those doing the work on our bargaining team. And most of you all will remember, a rising tide lifts all boats. So let's get a great contract. I could use a pay raise. I don't know about you all. I give back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Mary Hinton.
Are you ready, Mary?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go.
Yeah, again, my name's Mary Hinton. I'm a disability evaluation analyst with Disability Termination Services. I've been fairly active within my DLC and in my office. I was a statewide member of our DDSD statewide campaign. I was a member of our JLMC and led that in my office. I was also one of the first people when they first started the Retirement for All campaign, and I attended the CalPERS quarterly meetings. So if I'm elected, I definitely would serve and represent everyone equally. And again, thank you, Frank, for nominating me. I really appreciate the support. And if you vote for me, I appreciate it. If you don't, I will support whoever gets elected and all the members of the BUNC. Thank you.
Thank you. And now that both candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will move to the voting. Please launch the poll. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have an opportunity to cast a vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Kristen Harrington. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop the screen share. At this time, we will open up nominations for alternate bunk member CBER for information technology. There is one eligible candidate for this position, and that is Geraldine Mosley. I will take nominations in order of hands. Susan, go ahead.
Well, just to be formal, I'm going to go ahead and nominate Geraldine Mosley.
Thank you. As there are no other eligible candidates for this position, Geraldine Mosley is the winner, and she will be the alternate bunk member CBER for information technology. At this time, we'll open up nominations for alternate bunk member CBER, environmental and consumer protection. We have one eligible candidate for this position, and that is Eddie Isaacs. I will go in hand order. The first person I have is Mike Ramos.
Put your hand down, Eddie. I nominate Eddie Isaacs.
Eddie Isaacs has been nominated.
I do accept the nomination for Mike Ramos. Thank you very much. I look forward to serving as alternate CBER to the BUNC for Consumer Environmental Protection statewide.
Thank you. And as there are no other eligible candidates, Eddie Isaacs is the winner of this position, and he is the alternate BUNC member, CBER, for Environmental and Consumer Protection.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes all of the BUNC and alternate BUNC positions. The final 3 positions that we will be voting on are the chair, the vice chair, and the alternate vice chair. And we will be electing those positions in that order. So, at this time, I am opening nominations for Chair of Unit 1. As a reminder, only those who were elected to the BUNC as either a DBER or CBER are eligible to run for the chair position. I will take nominations in the order of hands raised. The first hand raised is James Zoas. James, go ahead.
Yes, I am happy to nominate Susan Rodriguez for Chair of Unit 1.
Thank you, James. The next hand raised is Brenda Modkins. Brenda, go ahead.
I would like to nominate Vincent Green for Chair of Unit 1.
Vincent Green. Thank you. Any other nominations for the chair position? And this is the final call for nominations for the chair position. Seeing no other nominations, we will move to candidate statements. The first candidate with the opportunity to make a statement is Susan Rodriguez.
Susan, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, go.
Hi, my name is Susan Rodriguez. Thank you for electing me to the BUNC. I am humbly asking your vote to continue as chair of Unit 1. I have spoken to many of you. I've listened to you and to your concerns. I've answered your questions, and we figured out pathways for you to move forward. All I have to say is, like I said earlier, I think you guys are an awesome group of people. I think that Unit 1 is fortunate to have this group of people to speak for them, to advocate for them, and to make sure that their voices are heard and brought to the bargaining table. Bargaining a contract is just one part of the job as a chair. And and when we bargain with the state, and they're going to say no to proposals. But part of our jobs as leaders is to talk to, inspire, and encourage our coworkers to action. And when they take action, we build power, and then we will win. Another part of the job, and this doesn't get talked about much, is that everyday work of implementation of contract language and the review of notices. Every day, I review policies and changes submitted by departments. I engage with stewards, members who are impacted, and folks like you. I call up on the DBERs and CBERs for if your department, soliciting your advice and direction, making sure that we're informed and that you can be a resource for your coworkers. We need to make sure we work as a team. We are here as a team. My vision for this unit today has not changed much more than it has 3 years ago. My vision for this unit is culture of inclusion and unity. I have worked hard to move forward in that. We have made great strides, but we still have some work to do. I don't disagree with that. I've heard your guys' voices today. I know who to call upon. I know that every single one of you can help. I take this job very seriously. Thank you, and I hope for your vote.
Thank you. The next candidate with an opportunity to make a statement is Vincent Green.
Vincent, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go.
Hello, again, my name is Vincent Green. I am an ITS1 with Calvet. I'm also a CBER for the IT group. And Susan is right. There's a lot of work to be done. Susan is correct. We have made strides. And at the same time, it is a team effort, not just some, not just a few, but it's everyone, not only on the BUNC team that has been elected today, but also throughout SBAC. As a chair member, I can't do it by myself. I need the help of you that can help get the information out to the masses. And once we do that, then we can have real change. So what we have to do is this: work together, work better, work stronger, and then that way we can be the change that we really want to be. I'm looking for your vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vincent. Now that both candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will move forward with the voting. Please launch the poll. At this time, we will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have had an opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Susan Rodriguez. Please share the results.
Thank you.
And thank you. Please stop screen sharing. At this time, we will open up nominations for the position of Vice Chair. I will accept nominations in the order of hands I see raised. The first hand is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I nominate for Vice Chair, James Zos.
James Zoas. Are there any additional nominees for Vice Chair? Thank you, Valerie. Valerie Brooks, go ahead.
I nominate Vince Green.
Vincent Green. Any additional nominees? I see Vincent's hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Valerie, but I'm going to respectfully decline.
Thank you, Vincent, for your candor. Any further nominees? All right. Oh, one more. Cheryl, thank you. Cheryl Butters, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Karen Duvall.
Karen Duvall. Okay, she has only one of them in. Oh, Karen Duvall, go ahead.
Thank you. I decline.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. This is the final call for nominees for vice chair. James Zois, go ahead.
If I would like to give a short speech, may I, even though I do not have anybody running against me?
You do have the ability to give a candidate statement, yes.
I'd like to give a statement,
Wait.
please.
Hold
Okay,
on.
wait till Misha's ready.
Okay, go.
Various statements have been made today about, groups and cliques and clans and slates. Everybody who has had a position and those who have not even been able to get elected to a position today have had slates or tried to get slates, etc. I don't pledge allegiance to any one particular person. Back in 2016, I was asked to go into DLC 706, a non-supporter of Yvonne Walker, and speak to the members who were rather irate, mad, wanted information. I had a 15-minute spot. I went and spoke to them for 1 hour. They demanded, overrode their president, and insisted I speak for an hour. They stayed afterwards another hour in the restaurant outside talking to me. At that meeting, I impressed an individual so much, a young person, to get involved in the union. He joined and became a steward the very next week, signed up. And that is Mike Ramos. I have met people in Sacramento who have encouraged them to run and help them organize, etc. Paul Garong, who's now on the bargaining team, stepped up to join the bargaining team to become a member. I do believe and agree we need youth. I joined back in my 30s when I was younger. I'm older now. My retirement is closer than my start date, obviously. I do believe we should bring youth in, guide, direct, teach, and help them. And I hope to continue to reach out to everybody, no matter what side they're on, including you, Sean. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. I take this as a silent vote of support, and I will do my best to be transparent, open to everybody, and continue to work with each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. And as there are no other candidates running against James, James Zois will be the vice chair for the unit. And at this time, we are opening nominations for the final election of this day, which is the alternate vice chair. I will take nominations in the order of hands I see raised. The first hand I have is Susan Rodriguez. Go ahead, Susan.
I nominate Mike Ramos.
Mike Ramos. Okay, thank you. The next hand I see is Brenda Modkins. Brenda, go ahead.
I'm going to nominate Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Joyce Wheeler Owens, thank you. The next hand I have is Sean Harrison. Go ahead, Sean.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Unfortunately, to be alt vice chair, you need to be on the BUNC. Alt BUNC members are not eligible for any of the 3 leadership positions.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted an opportunity to make sure if anybody felt offended that I had a chance to address that. I guess I'll have to do it later. Thank you.
Absolutely, Sean. I'm glad to offer the clarity. The next hand I have is Dolores Bonner. And Dolores, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
I would like to nominate Vincent Green.
Vincent Green. Thank you. Vincent, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Dolores. I'm going to decline at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Are there any further nominations for the alternate vice chair? And final call, nominations for alternate vice chair. All right, seeing no other nominations, We will move to candidate statements. The first candidate who has an opportunity to make a statement is Mike Ramos.
Are you ready, Mike?
I am ready.
All right, go.
You know, today I took a lot of notes on everyone's passionate candidate statements. I heard a lot of great things about passion, communication, how do we reach out to our membership, represented and non-represented. You know, at my job site, I have 100% membership. I've increased it across my agency statewide, and I have an open phone line for all of my members, both in my agency and DLC. I get phone calls and text messages constantly. I would like to bring that culture to Bargaining Unit 1 as well as alternate vice chair. As if you feel that your voice isn't being heard, reach out to me. You know, I bring balance to the team based on my optimism and my energy level. You know, I'm going to keep it very short and simple and say, you guys voted for me to get on the bunk. I'm asking you one more time for that vote for alternate vice chair. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mike. And the next candidate that has an opportunity to make a statement is Joyce Wheeler Owens.
Are you ready, Joyce?
I am, Mish, thank you.
You're welcome. Go.
Well, I'm Joyce Wheeler Owens. Tell you quick about me. I have served my department on state level JLMCs. I have been one of the architects for the new hire orientation program. I have served as DLC president, increasing my membership and activity over 300%. I firmly believe in what's important, and we have to have a plan, and we need to be engaged and involved, and we can't engage and involve people without a plan. And I would love the opportunity to step up and bring the things that I have to the table, to the team, and to move us forward. I would appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Joyce. Now that both candidates have had an opportunity to make a statement, we will move forward with the voting. Please open up the poll. We will hold the poll open for an additional 20 seconds to ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to vote. At this time, we will close the poll. The winner for this position is Mike Ramos. Please share the results on screen. Thank you. Please stop screen sharing. With this election cycle is complete. The ending for this election is 5:17 p.m. Candidates have 60 minutes to lodge protests against the election. Protests can be lodged by calling me at area code 916-407-7062. I must receive that call by 6:17 p.m. Additionally, we will be holding this Zoom room open for 60 minutes. You do not need to stay in here, but we will be available in case there are any election protest concerns. I do have one hand up. Go ahead, Brenda.
I just want to thank you and your crew, Eloise, for getting this done and doing it so well today. I appreciate all the hard work that you all put into this. Thank you very much.
And thank you folks very much for working hard on this and being patient as we made sure that we were following the procedures to make sure that we had the fairest election process possible. Again, protests need to be lodged by 6:17 p.m. I do see that there's some hands up, so I'll go through those, but I wanted to do the reminder that the protest period will end at 6:17 p.m. And I want to echo your thank you to our tech folks from Metro Media who've done a phenomenal job this weekend, and they've been a big help today. And so thanks, gentlemen. And I'm going to go ahead and address the rest of the raised hands. And again, there is no requirement for you to stay on this Zoom, but we are keeping it open for 60 minutes to ensure that folks have all of the opportunities possible if they do want to protest. So I'll go through in hand order. The next hand is James Zoas.
Yes, I'd like to thank you again, Eloise, and the young lady to your right. I did not catch her name. I apologize, but I hope to meet her and get to know her as well. Also, just for the record, this is the fourth time I've done I've been involved in BUNC elections. And my understanding is in 2016, that was the fastest time we'd ever finished the election. We finished it sometime around this exact same time. So we have either tied or beat it by just a few minutes, about 10 minutes. So we did very well, guys, instead of running till 9 at night. Congrats to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself to the team? Sure. Okay. I'm actually going to have my colleague introduce herself. Some of you have met her, some of you have not, but this is our newest contract department staff member.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Olga Kirpinoff. I'm the newest addition on the contract department, and I'm very happy to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so you know who I had sitting next to me the whole time. I appreciate that. The next hand I have is Susan.
I just want to say congratulations to everybody who won a position today. I want to thank everybody for hanging in there for the last, I guess, we've been doing this for 7 hours now. This was not the shortest time. The last time in 2016, we actually didn't get started till the afternoon, after lunch. So that still is the fastest time. I want to let everybody know that, again, I have heard your voices. I have heard the excellent, I don't know how to say it. I am just at awe of the talent we have in this SBAC. I want everyone to know that I take my job very seriously. I'm guided by what is best for Unit 1, no matter if you're a member or a non-member. I don't differentiate with that. Whenever I'm required to make a decision as a chair, I make it with that knowing about Unit 1, what is the best thing for Unit 1, what is the best thing to move Unit 1 forward. I will always listen to you if you want to give me your opinions. No matter if it's different than mine, I want to hear it. I will pick up the phone, I will answer a text. The only time I can't do that is when I'm in the middle of a meet and confer. Unfortunately, that takes precedence. I want you guys to know that your voices matter. You are valued for the jobs you do for the state of California. You are valued for what you do for our represented folks in Unit 1 and for this union. We represent 55,000 folks. We have a big job to handle, and it's going to take every single one of you on this call, regardless of where you are, on what side of the table you are on in regards to SEIU Local 1000. We are all in this together. I just want you to let you know that we are a team. No matter what we do, no matter the capacity in which we do it, it is vital to the success and the growth of our union, what we do in Unit 1, as we're 55,000 of those 100,000 folks. I have a favorite surfing quote. Some of you have heard this before. We can't control the sea, but we can learn how to surf the waves. And I am honored to be able to continue to surf the waves with you folks and to be able to do that for Unit 1. Thank you. I just want to thank you guys again for this honor. I really appreciate it. And you all will be getting phone calls for work that needs to get done because we have a lot of work to do here in Unit 1. Thank you. And don't be afraid to call me, text me. We have Zoom meetings every month in the evenings. I send those out. So we will resume those in January. And I wish you guys all the best upcoming holidays. I'm celebrating my 50th birthday on Wednesday, so I am just, there's a lot going on right now. So thank you. I'm just at my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand I have is Noreen.
Hi, I just wanted to say, Eloise and Olga, you ladies were bosses today. You guys rock this show. I have been in this union for quite a while, and this is the first time I've been in with Unit 1 as a DBER, and I had seen over the years many, many long meetings, and this was run so very smoothly. I am very proud to be part of the process, and just, me being the alternate, I just am looking very, very forward to working with this group to do whatever we can to help our members and improve our contract. And I just want to say everybody here today was a boss. You guys need to give yourself a pat on the back. You are all true leaders, and you are the true example of what we need to expand SEIU and to move us together to help better our workers. I just thank you for your time, and ladies, great job today.
Thank you very much. We wanted to work hard to make sure it was a good process. You know, Unit 1's a big unit, and we want to do it right. So I really appreciate the kind words. The next hand I have is Sean Harrison. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. So I'm pretty much mirroring what's already been said. I thank you, Lindy and Candace, our interpreters, also Peter and Mech. This was wonderful. And again, this virtual event is the start of making that communication happen, educating our members so they know what's going on, and they will go, you know what? Now that I know what it's about, they'll get involved. But thank you, everybody. I'm looking forward to working with you, and I'm looking forward to sharing you with the gossip that I have heard. So James, anytime, I'm ready. I'm so excited, and I'm ready to support the effort. And again, awesome. And I hope we keep doing this virtually so the people can see. And Metro Media, good job. Thank you.
Absolutely. We appreciate it, Sean. Thank you. The next hand I have is Frank Askin.
Yes, thank you, Eloise. Thank you guys for the great job that you guys did today. If there's one thing that I want everyone to take away from today is that we are all winners in this SBAC. We are all winners. And I want to thank everybody for their vote. This is my first time on the bargaining team. I wish my mother and father were here to enjoy this moment with me, but they are not. But this one's for you, Pop. And I just want to remind everybody that we are 90-something thousand strong, and we are all state workers. But at the end of the day, what it boils down to is we are all brothers and sisters, and I love you all, and we are all going to work together. And I thank you very much, and I thank you for your guys' vote today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. The next hand I have is Mike Ramos. Mike, go ahead.
Eloise, Olga, thank you very much, and everyone else that helped you behind this. To echo Susan's sentiment of teamwork, we clearly see it today with all your fortitude to everyone that stayed on through this entire day, through every ordeal we had to deal with. I can think back to when James and I were at that restaurant, and I was eager to learn and get activated and move forward. That eagerness has not gone away. It is here. It is apparent. I hope to reach out to each and every one of you, our highly experienced to our up and coming. Sean, I look forward to our conversations. We are ready to get the best contract we can to make our wins for Unit 1. I'm ready to get to work, and I know you all are too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you. Hey guys, I just have a couple logistical questions. First, I voted, I believe, when the alternate CBER, the second alternate CBER went up, and then I was not on after that. So I don't know what happened with the next vote as far as the chair. Was there a candidate that ran against Susan or?
Yes, yes, I can give you some info, Barbara. So the two candidates for chair were Susan Rodriguez and Vincent Green. The only candidate who accepted the nomination for vice chair was James Zoas. And the two candidates for alternate vice chair were Mike Ramos and Joyce Wheeler Owens.
And who won? I know Mike took one, Christine took one, and then how was the vote between Vincent and Susan?
Susan won between Vincent and Susan for chair, and then because James Zoas was unopposed, he won.
Okay, and the vote between Vincent and Susan, what was the percentage?
If I'm being perfectly honest right now, Barbara, my brain is mush and I don't have it off the top of my head. It was 56% to 44%.
Okay, because you did mention that you were going to post the winners at the end. Are you talking about on the website or are you going to post it here for us?
They are going to be posted on the website.
Okay. And can you ask if there was anybody else who dumped at that moment?
I
Because
didn't.
I was cruising right along and it just went off again. And when I tried to get back in, it would attempt to put me in and then it would throw me in the queue and tell me that I needed to wait.
Yeah, I didn't see like a large mass drop off at that time. I do know that throughout the day, we've had a couple different folks drop in and out just because of connectivity. I don't know what the rest of the state looks like, but it's a little drippy today in Sacramento, and I tend to drop off things when it's drippy. So as I said, I didn't see a trend of it, but I appreciate you flagging that. Our hope is always with these that everyone has the best connection. But unfortunately, sometimes connectivity does not agree, and I'm very glad we were able to get you in for that last one, and all of the results will be posted on the website.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, and then the last hand I have up right now is Angela Williams. Angela, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. I wish everyone the very best. Thank you guys. You're excellent hostesses. You guys did a fabulous job. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone is really up to the job because me personally, I'm going to bug the heck out of you guys. So I hope you're ready, okay?
Thank you, Angela. That's engagement. That's engagement. So at this time, we do not have any other hands raised. We will be keeping the Zoom open, as I said, until 6:17 p.m. to ensure that if anybody does have a protest, they have a way to get there if they can't get a hold of me on my phone. Nobody is required to stay on. At this time, I will say we are actually going to turn off our camera and I'm going to go on mute, but I will be around to listen and available to come back on. I appreciate all of your hard work today. I appreciate all of your participation, and thank you very much for a successful election. And we will see you hopefully sooner rather than later on a Zoom, and hopefully sooner rather than later for in-person conversation. Thanks very much, folks.
Okay, well, bye-bye.
Mary, are you still there? Mary? Mary.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
okay. I was going to use this time to
issues, you know, like COVID safety and essential worker pay, sick leave, stuff like that.
I believe Eloise could answer that.
Okay.
Hello, I heard there was a request or a question, or was anybody there? I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
Did you hear the question?
I didn't. I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat it.
So this SBAC was very different. I've attended many. We didn't have hardly any training. The training we got was about the election. And we didn't go over any issues like member issues, contract issues, like COVID safety, what's happening with essential worker pay, all of those things I believe we should do for our members when we meet in a big way like this.
Absolutely. And I will say we had to make the decision because we knew that we were going to be running the elections virtually due to a combination of only but so many Zoom links and making sure that all the elections had the time. We did unfortunately have to make the decision to focus on running these elections at this SBAC to ensure that they were run completely. And we didn't want to try and rush by adding any additional programming. The plan is to, look who I have.
Because she could answer my question. All right, where have you been?
What? Here's the deal. I want to give Eloise a break because she's been doing this for a while.
Okay.
So I'm going to let her go so she can use the restroom, type up the election results, maybe get something to eat. So you were just asking why this SBAC looked different and that we didn't have as much training as we typically do. Did I hear your question correctly?
Yeah, and no member issues were brought up or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, part of that, Harry, was a function of time. And as you can see for this election, the number of hours that it took to get it resolved. And so we really wanted to focus in on making sure that we did fair elections and we allotted enough time. And so part of it was my concern that if we built in a lot more training, that we may not get the elections and they would go deep into the evening hours and that, we would lose potential voters. So we really wanted to focus in. But at the next SBAC, Harry, you're going to see the agenda look a lot more similar to what we've seen in prior SBACs.
Right.
Focusing in on more training, and then we'll do our unit breakouts where you guys can focus on your unit specific issues and have those issues be heard.
Right, cool. Good answer.
All right. We'll get
Okay,
there.
it's nice to see you again.
I know, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah.
It has been a while.
We were very productive today. It was a good meeting.
You guys did fantastic.
Yeah. It went very well. I mean, there was a few snafus here and there, but I mean, we backed up and did it over so that we could do it properly.
It sounds like you guys resolved all your own issues, which is the best way to do it. So
Right.
yeah, I was in Unit 17, so I didn't listen in on you guys all day, but it sounded like it went very smoothly, and that's, to Eloise and Olga's great credit. We have fantastic contract staff that work so hard, so.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, thanks for answering the question. I'm glad Eloise got a break, and I need one too, so.
Yeah, take your break. We're like I said, we're gonna hang out until the protest period is done.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. President, good to see you on this Sunday, sir. I just have a quick question. Who's going to be holding the Sunday services next Sunday at BOD?
We're still working on that, Frank.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
And congratulations. I believe you made the BUNC team, correct?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Hi, Unit 1. This is Brooke, the Director of the Contract Department. We did receive one protest for Unit 1. The protest period is now closed. The protest committee has deliberated, and I would like to give you the result of that deliberation. So this is just a few-minute warning to let folks know, please return to your computers. If you could turn your screens on so that we can confirm that you are ready to go. Once we see a majority of faces, we will give the result of that protest deliberation. Thank you.
Is there any way that you can send an email to the Unit 1?
Can I just tell you now? Susan?
Well, I just, you made the statement about bringing most of the people back, and I just,
It was at
clear that
people's option if they wanted to hang out or not.
Okay.
So this is also what I would say, Susan, is this is obviously being live streamed and recorded. So if folks want to watch it later and just skip to the end to hear it, they're more than welcome to see the result of it. It'll be short and sweet.
Okay. I just wanted it for the record that I asked.
Just letting you guys know we're waiting a couple more minutes for folks to still join in. Few folks are still coming with us. Thanks for your patience. Okay, it is 6:30. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. We did have one protest that was filed for Unit 1. The information for that protest was relayed to the protest committee that deliberated and issued a finding. The protest related to connectivity issues and a single Unit 1 SBAC member alleging that they were denied the ability to vote in some of the election, and the protest committee reviewed the different vote totals and determined that there would have been no difference in the total vote count and the results had that person voted. And for that reason, the protest was denied. So the Unit 1 BUNC elections are final. The ruling of the protest committee is final and binding. The protest committee did want to relay to the person that filed that protest that if they would like to have their vote tabulated provisionally, that we could do that. If they were willing to waive their right to the anonymity, because obviously if you cast your vote after the fact, you know, it would destroy the anonymity because the vote totals would go up by 1. I think that's only applicable in one of the races that they were contesting because the others were uncontested races. So we put that out there for the person who filed the protest. If they would like to file a provisional vote, that we can take that and add that to the tallies after the fact. But again, it doesn't change the results, and the Unit 1 BUNC elections are now final. And with that, I thank everyone for their participation today. We will now end this meeting. And if anybody would like to rewatch and relive what happened today, they can watch it on the live stream. That's going to be up on the website. If anybody missed this portion of today, they can rewatch that and skip to the end to see what happened with the protest. So let folks know if they missed it that they have the ability to do that. It will be up on the website. And hang tight real quick. Thank you. I'm always listening for my president.
Oh, you're the only one. Also, good evening, BUNC Chair Susan Rodriguez, and to everyone in BUNC 1. Congratulations to everyone's victory. And I've heard people say all day today that we're going to put bygones in the past and we're going to work together. And I agree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard.
You're very welcome.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We are going to end this Zoom meeting. Everybody have a wonderful night. Sorry, Frank, we're not taking questions and answers at this point. We're not going to open it up. I want to be respectful of staff's time, and Metro is on a lot of overtime right now. So thank you, guys. Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.